Hello everybody and welcome to episode 23 of Banishers. We're going to be picking up in a slightly different position than we were last time. I think geographically we're right where we were, but between episodes I did go and collect the pieces for that exorcism quest. Now, as a result, there was a very short amount of dialogue with... Let me actually go in here because we need to go there anyway. Let's go over to Chronicles and Haunting Cases, actually. And it was in Mount Pleasant, and it was Mr. Rumble. Yes, John Rumble. So we spoke with him and to get a lock of his hair, and we went up to him and said, hey, we want to solve this whole haunted mirror thing. And he said, what will it take to have you leave me alone? And we said, a lock of your hair. And he said, why won't you leave me alone? And I said, well, a lock of your hair will solve it. And then he gave us a lock of his hair. Then we went and got the root from the tree in the dark woods and found out where the clump of dirt was that we needed, which was inside the ghost rift, but not on the ground. It was sort of like in the wall in a section that looked like it was made of stone. It's a very unusual design for that particular pickup. And I would say that at this instant, of all the good times that I've had with Banishers, and I've really, really enjoyed this game, that quest and that sort of resolution is sort of the one thing that I'm like, boy, that seems a little odd to me. But that's sort of like, now we have all the pieces that we need, and what I didn't want to do is, like, continue. So now we're going to do this, and hopefully, yes, exorcism, perform the ritual. So I don't know exactly where we're going to go on this, but let's go see if we can knock out this part of the quest. And we are... I don't know what that is. Let's go up here. Yes, so we're going to do the exorcism, apparently here at Bly Manor. Yeah, we actually had done a save just before talking to John in case there was anything there, but it really was like, hey, I need a lock of your hair. And he said, I really want you to leave me alone. And then Red was like, okay, a lock of your hair and we're all set. And then there was just sort of a gesture, and then we got a lock of hair, and that's it. So it was not really worth doing a reload for it. Apparently, oh, are we doing the exorcism in the upstairs of the house?
That corpse is gonna shoot.
Okay, so
try this on for size.
I haven't been terribly careful with the shooting, but when we just blasted the top of that ghost's head off and you could see the ghost underneath, that was really awesome. Hello to Scaly One and Buckeye Ninja. Scaly One, Buckeye, I hope you've both had a wonderful, wonderful weekend so far. The weather where we are has been wonderful, and hopefully we're about to do an exorcism. So it's all good things. I will be interested to know if the candles in this room stop floating after the demon is exorcised. Oh, we are all set up. Look at this. Boy, somebody called ahead. Make manifest? Or summon scourge? I have to assume that this is make manifest. I actually don't know. But, well, we've got the 3 parts, so hopefully we choose correctly. I hope you guys are having a great, great Saturday. Ours has been very, very busy.
That's not the ritual I'd have used.
Swear to Christ, I am the worst banisher. So it's not going to be hearkening. Summon Scourge, then?
Spirit and flesh, I summon you!
It's going to be unbounding. Oh, it's a cursed relic.
I failed this one all right.
I'm sorry, I really wasn't... We're uncursing a mirror, so this is what we're going to do. Hello to Mr. Torg. Is beer involved with this stream? I need a good-ass laugh.
The lure,
oh, hold on.
And the binding.
It's fighting me.
What?
It's over.
Maybe. Hopefully.
I'm so glad we waited to do that live. I thought there was gonna be like a...
sore. Weaker.
That ritual took its toll on you.
I thought there was gonna be like a demon fight or something. So, Mr. Torg, so I would say that, aside from what just happened, Banishers is not usually the game for high merriment and laughs. Actually, most of the stories are a little bit on the dismal side, but we're still going to have a lot of fun with it if we can help brighten your Saturday. And hello to Solid Chrome Hickey. So, we're going to go find Lammy, but we're not going to go a kilometer and a half that way to do it. So, yeah, let's go over here. Like, the demon laughed at us, and then nothing happened. it was such an adventure. And also, just in the spirit of, like, understanding, I absolutely, when I had to go into the void again to get the dirt.
Can I join in too?
On my first attempt, I did die.
I think we've hit a nerve.
I am a big believer in showing the failed attempts, and in this case, it just felt like I'd gone through that void twice before. It does get a little more difficult each time you do it. When I died, I was just not being very careful about Red's health, and then had to do it a fourth time. But that was not frustrating on behalf of the game. That was frustrating on the behalf of me, which was like, oh man, I just need to do this more carefully. So, there is an activity up there, but we'll look into that later. I think that for today, what we're probably going to do is really focus on the main story for Witchfinders. Let's investigate the abandoned house. I thought for sure we would at least get some dialogue. For anybody that, like, because there's a lot of different stories, that was specifically the cursed mirror that had the demon inside of it that, like, was like a jealousy demon and just was constantly getting people to poke and snipe at each other and have, like, super brittle feelings. And it was even infecting Red and Antea just being around it. So I thought that when we destroyed the cursed mirror, there was going to be more to it. That to me is less of a thing than the difficulty finding the clump of dirt. Because I know that Solid Chrome Hickey was here at the time. You have to go through that void, and then after you've defeated the sorrow at the end of it, before going through the through the portal to return to the regular world, you have to, like, look around, and close by, it's fairly close, but not, like, right there, in the wall, there's a little spot where you, like get some dirt. And I'll straight up, you know, no secrets here. I've always said that if I need to look something up, I will. And I elected to look that up as we'd already gone through that particular void specifically to find the dirt and failed. So it was like, what did I miss? And what I had missed was that.
What happened here?
Something's emanating from under there.
No wonder this place is off limits.
So even though she's right there, oh, I guess I can. So something is hidden in the area. Oh, it's that ghost tunnel. And to sort of level set, if finding the mechanics of that specific thing, if that's the biggest issue that we have, you guys hear me say this all the time. This is a really, really great game.
Marcin led.
Move it!
So I dock this 0 points for something like that. But yeah, as we were getting in, I mentioned just as we were, like, launching in that if This episode gets weird or cuts out in some way. It was just, even before we got into the game, things were a little bit unsteady in a way that not really...
One of these must be Lammy's hideaway.
I mean, I'll shoot that, but... Oh. It's a creeping vine. Yeah, there was definitely some weirdness just getting the stream up today, and everybody who streams and everybody who watches streamers knows that every once in a while things just get weird. We did do a full restart, just in case, but we'll see. So it really looks like there's at least 3 nodes. There's one there, there's one around the corner, and I'm going to predict that there's going to be something...
Destroy those ghost wards, if you want me back.
Oh, well, we definitely want... Oh, that's the ghost ward. Crud. I'm not sure why... Like, sometimes the locked doors are... Oh, it's because the root is in the way. I understand. And we do not have a shot on the ghost ward from here. So... Well, let's see what we can do.
Take care. The place is warded.
Okay, even if I hadn't run out of, even if I'd made it under there faster, there's not enough time. So we cannot hit this with Antea from here because of the ghost ward, and I don't believe we can get over to the ghost ward until we take care of the creeping vines and can walk around this area. Yeah, it really wants to make sure that I know where it is and also that I can't hit it from here. So let's try. We hit the thing with Antea. We shoot the node over here. Then we run over here. We shoot that one, and we should be able to hit that other one from here. All right, let's try this. Hello to Caroluna! Caroluna, I hope you're having a great weekend.
Sharpshooter.
Years of practice.
I have to say, it is very, very nice where we are.
Red, I can't manifest anymore.
Really perfect early spring weather here. I would say really perfect, like, mid-spring weather, even though this is, what, mid-March. I almost said mid-January. I can't believe we are getting ready to exit Q1 2024. Already, this year really feels like it's on the move. Okay, so we've made it through the house. We've cleared the creeping ivy. We blew up the ghost ward, so we have Antea back, and we can't go this way. And I'm aware that the marker is sort of pulling us in that direction, but it doesn't look like there's going to be too much more to explore up here.
Something's concealed.
By the way, Caroluna, I don't know if you saw it, but I know that you've been enjoying, like, Red and his accent and the way that he speaks and stuff. He had a really great exchange with the dude that was possessed after he cured the possession. I cannot do it justice, because even if I could remember the exact lines, I would not be able to deliver them nearly so well.
You're in its sights, Red.
Okay.
Press on for size.
I managed to shoot neither.
Piss off.
Huh, I thought there was one more guy. Was that today? I was about 13 minutes late today. It was, I think it would have been the previous episode. If you are interested, I will look up the exact time code. It's not a long exchange, but once the case is resolved and Red is talking to the guy, Hugh or whatever his name was, Red makes it clear that he is not in the mood to have a back and forth with this guy who's not particularly sympathetic. Am I making this up? Did his rings not just light up? I see. No, there they go again. Are they responding to something over here? It just, I remembered seeing, like having that exchange with him, and it was like, I bet Cara Luna would have enjoyed this moment, but I also don't want to oversell it. It's not like, our lives are gonna be flipped upside down. Is there anything else over here? This is just a down. Well, hold on, what is that? You know what, I'm just gonna take the tunnel. Let's take the tunnel and see what we find. And Cara Luna is saying that if it was an earlier episode, then he would have heard. Then he did hear it. Yeah, it was specifically the. Oh God, I'm trying to remember what it was, but Red said something like, "I too an imperfect man. For example, my patience can run terribly thin," or something like that. It's. I think I made this observation before. It is interesting to me that everyone in this world seems to understand what a banisher is and what they do, what the profession is. They know that they investigate hauntings, that they fulfill this particular need, which is in very high demand here in good old New England, but seem to be entirely shocked that the way in which they do it, is it just the ghost tunnel that it's directing me to? It seems that way. Seem to be extremely surprised when Red waves his hand a little bit and then rips their soul out of their body while they just, like, holler in agony. They just wail in agony. Okay, so this is just bringing me back, and that's fine because I didn't actually investigate the correct abandoned house yet. And also, yes. Cara Luna's also, the preceding line was, oh wait, that was that the same guy? I think it was. Yeah. So the dude was like, you know, oh, take me, devil, and, yeah, he had some, like, incredibly over-the-top, self-flagellating line, and Red just completely deadpanned to his face. Take your head out of your arse. You're not that important. Hello to Borlak! So, Borlak, I would love to, you know, we've talked about this on a couple of different points. I did try to learn a little bit about Daggerheart, and I'm very interested in the system that it has going on. For anybody that doesn't know, this is the TTRPG that just entered into open beta and is currently available in a fairly elaborate format for $0. You can just download it and try out the beta test. And one of the things that I find interesting... Hold on.
You here?
Hold on, we might have to revisit this later.
Can you find a way around the locked door?
It has this whole skill check system that reminds me a little bit of Blades in the Dark. A set of tools including a scalpel, knife, magnifying glass, and other objects. Yeah, he's still doing demonology stuff. A book on herbalism. And some money and materials that he was surely saving for something else. Well, he won't mind if I just take those. It's got this whole skills check system where you roll 2 d12s, but depending on which colored dice comes up higher, you can have a partial success or like a success with a consequence and stuff. It seems really interesting, but I feel like I'd want to know a little bit more on how the partial successes and the negative success and the total failures, like exactly how those play out narratively. Because if it's entirely up to the DM's discretion, it can lead to a sensation of it not being fair, unless there's a high degree of trust between the players and the DM, which there should be. It just feels like it might be a little bit off-putting for new players, like brand new players, if they are trying it out for the very first time. Lamentations chest. Not the chest that we just opened then. Killun is also agreeing that he was listening while driving and laughed really hard at that part. Fauna and flora. Corvus, Corax, or common raven. Omnivorous and opportunistic by place and season. Carrion insects. Food waste, grain, berries, fruit, eggs, and small animals. Chicken, donuts, cheesecake.
The incisions are clean. The precision of an expert.
There's magic here, though faint.
Dawn, hello to you! I hope that you're having a great weekend so far. So, just to, for anybody who's not looking directly at the screen right now, what appears to be a highly emaciated wolf? I don't know, maybe it's just an extremely fit wolf. A map from town, I assume, to some place far out to the west. A grotto. Etienne Roulette's letter. It's probably Roulet. I'm so sorry. They actually said the name, and they said it like once, and I keep missing it. 18th May, 1692. So this is about 3 years ago. My dearest Lammy, it has been, as always, a great satisfaction to talk with you again. I love your enthusiasm and wit. You remind me of me when I was your age, so eager to know more about the greatest mysteries of our world, of all worlds. I only wished I could have stayed longer, but I must go back to Providence. Until then, here are some quick notes I throw at you to quench your thirst. Some of the meager research my humble self has been able to gather with time and patience. I believe it is fair to admit we know nearly nothing concerning the dreadful Aralu, only the rarest writing dare talk about. Why is there a question mark at the end of that sentence? Is it the mythicized hell only the boldest dare to travel to and come back alive? Are all these almost forgotten tales fragments of an unveiled or lost truth? I cannot truly say. But I know this, my dear Lammy. You and me are like Orpheus, ready to cross the forbidden waters and bring back only the only fiancé we really cherish, knowledge. Ah, to map those uncharted lands, to pass the threshold and bravely walk those forbidden deserts and icy rivers only the maddest poets sang about. See what stand beyond and come back to dream some more about it. What a thrill, my young friend, what a goal. If only I was younger, just like you, I would follow you in this untold journey. For now, I can only advise you to be careful. Yes, the threshold between our world and the other side is thinner in New Eden. That does not mean it will be easier to travel there. According to some of my research, some have already tried in this area. Petty warlocks and puny witches. Maybe it is why the threshold is so thin. Maybe it is why the dead seem to be so easily allowed to walk this land. Who can say for sure? Last week, while I was investigating on my own, I have clearly noticed some very peculiar vibrations coming from an ancient mill located above a cliff. Oh, we've been there, I think. Above by the seaside. Quite a creepy place, if you ask me. If you were to investigate further into the possibility to find a threshold to the mythical Aralu before we meet again, this could be the place to start. But be sure to be prepared, my dear boy. My old heart could not bear to lose another promising and beloved colleague. Until we meet again, I can but advise you to keep all this secret. As blessed and gentle as they are, too many of your local friends would not welcome the kind of knowledge you and me both share so cheerfully. Yours, as always, Etienne Roulet.
Harrows. Mean anything to you?
Not a thing.
He mentioned an old mill. Seemed fascinated by the place.
Dawn is lurking while playing BG3. I'm very glad to keep you company while you're playing.
Nothing incriminating. Yet.
Remember what we found at Caleb Watson's? Maybe...
In a second. This place is even more fascinating than I imagined. So many unanswered questions waiting to be answered. Monsieur Roulet was right. I'm sure the tragic history of the old mill has much to do with it. I shall go there. I shall do my work there, unmolested by suspicious and unscientific neighbors. There's so much to do.
we were not looking in the right place. If I had something to hide, I might hide it in an abandoned mill.
Yeah, so without intending to, we did a little bit of sequence breaking here, where we have been to that mill, but at the time we couldn't ascend very high. And it was like, oh, this will probably be a comeback later. Turns out it's later. Also, Borlak is saying MERP has partial successes, etc., based on a table for skill checks. And there might be a table to it as well. It's also... It's pretty cool that if you get advantage or disadvantage in a roll in Daggerheart, hold on, how do you... Then you roll an extra d6, and if it's advantage, then you add that onto the results of your roll. But if it's a disadvantage, then you subtract that. So there's a little bit more math to it all, which is like, well, you're only rolling a couple d12s and then a d6. It's not like you're dealing with these giant numbers, but my brain basically shuts down once you enter into the double-digit territory of things, so I would endeavor to do my best. I also think that the hit point system in Daggerheart seems pretty interesting, where rather than doing direct damage to hit points...
They brought more from...
There's a whole system for like...
Something lingers here that did not
Okay, but
before.
you have to come back. Stop it. You have to get stabbed.
Piss off!
That Spectre's looking for a body. Think you could take on a ghost?
Wait, what was that? Okay, I thought there was another dude over there.
Why a mill?
Away from the village. Perfect for his research. Perfect to hide secrets.
He's not out here for pleasure, that's for sure.
Apparently we just started a new activity as well, even though the dialogue was still about what's happening here. Let's investigate God's Acre in a minute. I want to stay focused on what we're doing. Also, Kara Luna is running into the snow that's not there. Oh, are you playing some Snow Runners right now? Okay, how many farmer dolls is that? Also don't know how I didn't find this earlier. Oh, we have all the farmer dolls. Well, as long as we're walking right past. So... yeah, in D&D, if you take 15 points of damage, then you subtract 15 points off of your number of hit points, and then you are that much closer to death. In Daggerheart, you have sort of minor, normal, and like major damage thresholds, and let's say that your major damage threshold is 15. Well, if you have 8 hit points, when you take 15 points of damage, that triggers your major damage threshold, so you lose the maximum number of hit points that you can on any one attack, which is 3. So it sounds a little bit more complicated in the way that I'm describing it, but if you think about it mechanically, what it means is that a person can suffer a variety of minor scrapes and bumps before they become serious, and that sort of like wears them down, but not in a way where they're dead. And also, it is, in most cases, not possible to simply be stricken dead by any single attack, which just seems like more fun from a gaming perspective. Like, I think I like this system. So we're going to Unbound. Without getting too deep into it, it basically means that there is there's a pretty hard cap on the total amount of damage that you can receive or inflict in any single attack. Now, if you're John Wizardman and you walk into melee range of a whole bunch of ogres and they all take their swings, you're probably still going to be dead. It also has some fairly elastic rules for dealing with death. So I'm just double checking. Oh, you guys, we could just fast travel there because we've already walked this path. I kind of want to fast travel there because we've done a bunch of this stuff. So yeah. I mean, I did just find the... Also, I didn't even look at the protective charm that we got. Here is protective charm. So, it's all reds. I mean, not red McCraith, but everything goes down. We get a little bit more wrath. And damage dealt by Antea is increased by 60% against full health enemies. This might be, relative to the equipment we already have, this seems like a very bad... item. Maybe if we upgraded it a little bit more, we'd make up for that lost wisdom and persistence. But otherwise, that, like, I don't particularly like the damage dealt by Antea is increased by 60% against full health enemies, because that's awesome for the very first hit that you do against them. And then the amulet shuts off and you get no other benefit. It's not a nothing, like, you know, as long as you remember to always make your first strike with Antea and no one else, not red, then you're gonna get a pretty good leg up. But that's it still feels like one alpha punch or alpha strike, and then that benefit is simply expended. But yeah, without, you know, calling myself a mind reader or whatever, Daggerheart seems like a system that probably had a lot of input from people who have played a lot of D&D.
Like home on a good day. Oh, it's hilly, mate. You feel like playing with the lambs. Blair preferred to feed them. And I was too busy dreaming.
And you?
Oh, I cooked them for dinner. The lambs, I mean. The girls were furious.
Yes, but they weren't hungry.
What a memory. Also, we probably should have put that fire out the last time that we were here. It feels like a system that was designed by people that have played a lot of D&D and probably had to house rule things like death doesn't carry very much weight if you can just go over to the local temple and say, you know, hey, here, have some gold or whatever, and just resurrect my friend. So in Critical Role, on the occasion that death has come up, they've sort of shown off a much more high stakes and narratively, you know, there's a lot of narrative commitment to looking into bringing somebody back from the dead, and I think that that's a really cool system. Daggerheart doesn't have that.
Is he really inside?
Daggerheart doesn't have that specifically, but it does have like different choices that you get to make in the event that you go down real hard. The camera just wanted to show me that. So we've made it partway up this structure, so some of the barricades might already be removed. I will go in there in a second. But I remember that we got to, like, maybe it was around here where it's like I had no option to continue further upwards. We'll see if that's different now.
What hides here in the dark? Come out, come out.
A collection of studies about the void. Am I allowed to say something about the background lore of the Dragon Age universe, Thetis? Lammy's symbol research. First symbol, drawing of a witch symbol, ineffective, to be paired perhaps with another symbol to double the effect. Second symbol, drawing of a demonologist symbol, absolute failure. Third symbol, drawing of an other demonologist symbol, works if weakly. Fourth symbol, drawing of the first and third symbols mixed together, and the symbol is circled. Try this. An attempt to translate the lesser palingenesis ritual into common English.
Deja vu.
He tried his hand at several translations.
September 5th, 1690, so this is 5 years ago. I was not mistaken about the hidden potential in this region. The veil between Aralu and our world is particularly thin, and therefore conducive to breaches. The mad ambition of Couple Proctor only served to crack this already existing fragility even further. Poor amateurs. Now they are punished for eternity. However, thanks to their efforts, I will be able to gain a great deal of knowledge about Aralu and succeed where everyone else has failed. I requisition the help of Haskell's son, who, unlike his stupid father, has potential, and therefore can be of great use to me. Together we can achieve great things. I forgot to note this is Etienne Roulet's note.
This Roulet lad seems dangerous.
His apprentice seems to be following him down the same path.
Book of Lesser and Major Affirmations by Onomacritus.
So, what are you hiding in here, evil spawn?
Glancing at the original writing, Lammy's work was poor. No wonder the ritual he spawned for Caleb from those botched words of power went wrong.
Just for that, I'm going to steal his... something. Actually, didn't see anything pop up when we took that. So this was earlier this year. Lammy's note, I can wait no longer. Father may preach or loll about with his selectmen friends in town, but words will not save these people. We have the power and the duty to act, not to cower with fear for our reputations. But Father always feared the loss of reputation to the point of abandoning his craft, leaving me to learn it in secret. For shame. If my father will not act, then I will.
He doesn't speak well of his dad.
He thought he was better. That's not a particularly difficult task, in fairness.
We need to get to the top floor. Bet we'll find something.
I'll say this, Governor Haskell, Fairfax Haskell, he did build all those ghost wards and those work properly. He's no slouch. Let me put it this way, I can't build a ghost ward. And maybe Lamentation Haskell here can't either. At least that one's unfinished.
Wards. Someone was being extra careful.
Okay, this looks like it's gonna be available to us later, maybe. I mean, probably that way. Let me just look over here first. Okay, that is down, and I'm very sure that that's down to an area that I've been to. that time I got some linen.
I maim the corrupted heart. You aim at its roots. Red, come look.
I'll be right there. Okay, so this is a fairly low-level amulet to us. Manifestation's spirit points cost is decreased by half, but damage taken by Intana is increased up to 30%. If I felt like I had any problems with the spirit cost, like, that'd be awesome, but the cooldown is a thing, not the spirit cost. Right now, this cooldown is so long that I don't feel like any of the manifestations have a heavy impact on my spirit zone availability. Okay, so there's one of the creeping vines. There's the node. There's another one of the creeping vines, and we'll take a look around in a second. I kind of feel like there's going to be a third node. Lammy's research. Test 17. The subject immediately sensed my presence. Note, herbs have no particular effect on its senses. Test 18, failure once more, yet it seemed to be deceived for a moment. Could this be linked to the organic tissue I used? Need to check. Test 19, inconclusive. I may be able to fool it, but if I come nearer, it starts getting agitated. Note, test with ghost ward to increase effect. Test 20, insufficient. Correct ingredients, could it be the symbols? Test 21, all in caps now, still not working as expected. Test 22, I believe I'm onto something, we'll finalize soon.
Why did he feel like he needed so much protection?
Also, why didn't he clean up his workspace? This looks like it smells wonderful.
More magic muckery. He wished to disguise his presence, or perhaps to distract from it.
Key. Okay, so it looks like it's a missing part for the wheel that would power the elevator going up and down.
It's just a lift. Why is this mechanism so complex?
The Occulta Philosophica.
That book, again.
The Agrippa. That's not good. Not good at all.
What level of not good are we talking about exactly?
This book promises eternal life, but the promise is a trap. Let's hope it hasn't been used.
Hello to Inner! Inner, did something happen with D&D today? I waited around for a while, but I did not see Samlander go live for D&D. I thought this was the week. January 6, 1638. The day arrives. Soon our fervor shall fair be rewarded with the greatest gift. The company assembled, we ready the ritual. Ethel and Anton have much to discuss aside. I care not, eternal life beckons. Ethel and Anton, we found those names in the same cave where we were dealing with that woman, the ghost that thought she was an angel. That was part of that whole sect.
Should be useful.
Okay, there's our Resident Evil style windmill crank. Inner saying that it was not an online session this time, it was a second session 0. Well, I hope you guys had a really fun time with it. Let's see if we can unknot the crystal creeping ivy.
Farewell, weep.
Was it for Daggerheart? Because we were actually just talking about that, and I was sharing my hope that Samlander will play it and show it off and give us his thoughts on it. Inner says no.
The lift should work now.
Okay, in this old condemned building with some of the gears sitting off to one side, snapped wood. I'm not sure where this elevator's taking me, that I wouldn't rather go by just walking off the edge of the windmill and probably have a higher chance of successfully finding where I'm trying to go.
All this is more serious than we thought. And apprehensive. Not just because we're going underground.
We'll be careful. We don't know what Lammy was up to. And the signs are not encouraging.
Oh, we're going underground. That is what the diagram showed earlier. Anderson says, no, they will be sticking to 5e. Yeah, I didn't know if the Dagger Heart stream would be like, crap, we have 2 different ways to go. And of course, now we're underground.
You know, I could get to like it underground. The darkness, the gloom, the cool air.
Really?
No, not really. Not at all. I'm ready to shoot the infested bruise after you bruise the heart. Hell's balls. Another sorrow used as a guardian.
I want to go check the other side. This seems very where we're supposed to be. If I didn't finish the thought, I think I did. That Inner says that he's that they're going to stick to 5e. I will be interested to see how 1 D&D, whatever it is, how that turns out when it launches, I think later this year, because some of the stuff that I've seen from, you know, what do I know about it? But some of the stuff that I've seen elsewise, that is definitely a doll of some kind. Do we know where I'm looking? Because I'd like to go there someday. Over here. So let me try to remember to go there. Some of the play testers that have been involved at various stages of the sort of beta rounds of 1D&D have said that the monk and the barbarian have some really nice changes. And I would be interested to know how the ranger fares. I feel like the ranger class is one that can be very satisfying from a narrative perspective, but like D&D as a rule set has really struggled to nail. It feels like a ranger can't quite do nature stuff as well as a druid, can't quite do archery stuff as well as a rogue, can't quite do fighting stuff as well as a specially spec fighter could be. And then they've got a pet companion, which, I mean, yeah, that's cool, but also druids can just be an animal companion. So it's like rangers feel like they struggle a little bit to be their own thing that isn't doubled up somewhere else in the skill set. So there's our bruise. We've got one over there. Now, all of that said, I think the ranger is super cool conceptually. It's just, where is the next? Okay, sometimes it's best to just hit. Okay, that just comes back to life, though. Oh, hello to Mr. Bones! Bones, we're doing really well. How is your weekend going? We're just talking a little bit of random D&D stuff, but it... Yep, hold on, there's another one.
The roots won't remain visible for long after I take the heart. Quick.
Damn it.
Quick and precise. Well done.
Okay, we still got it. This is going to be very disappointing, because as tends to happen, I had something that I was like, man, the next time Bones is around, I really want to talk to him about it. But it is not going to come to mind right now. Like, right at this exact instant, it is not anywhere in my head. Let's call the elevator, but I want to go explore the rest of this floor first. Bone says this game looks way more sword and sorcery than I realized. So, it's very... there's a lot of sort of third-person combat, and you get to switch between your characters, and they have unique moves and unique abilities. Discrete moves and abilities. At a glance, they might like, oh, you're using your fist instead of a sword, but they're good for against different enemies under different circumstances. There's lots of cool exploration and, like, upgrading the gear that best fits your play style, and a good variety of play styles, I'd say. depending on like what you like to do the most. The glowing runes on Red McCraith here, that's an armor choice. If you were... I just show real quick. His actual canonical outfit is probably this one here with the kilt. He's very Irish, but we're going to switch back to this because it's the set that I've leveled up the most. But what would be difficult for me to say is that, like, there's also a heavy emphasis on... Oh, is he Scottish? Scottish? I'm so sorry, I said the wrong thing. There's a bunch of dialogue and sort of, like, investigation stuff. There's lots of exploration and investigation along with the combat. So, it's not just chunk of action. And I have really enjoyed deciding how to resolve each of the haunting cases, whether they are the major ones relevant to the plot or the optional haunting cases that you can take on as you go. Okay, so we need to destroy the sorrow pillars without getting zapped by all that stuff. Okay.
Stand fast. It's almost done.
Okay, we need 2 more of those, and the bummer is these guys are absolutely on my butt. No? Wow, really? Okay, sorry, that's a little annoying. Okay, I'm really gonna just be dead now. If anybody's wondering why I'm not spending so much time fighting the guys, it's because, as far as I've been able to tell, these guys respawn infinitely as long as the sorrow is up. No! Okay, is that 2 out of 3? Yes. Alright, so we need 1 more. So, I should know it's a little bright. Oh, is that it? Okay, this is fine. Where are you? Oh, now I need 1 to punch. And there's none. Stop.
Let's end this. When all this is over, I might retire.
You'd miss it. You know you would. Red, come see this.
Inspect the dead animals, she says. Well, while we're looking for where... Oh, is it right here?
Dead animals, again. Different symbols and magic. Seems they were used as bait. Is this how we got through the Sorrow's vigilance?
Bones is saying that on Game Pass, it sounds like he's been playing Green, and it's phenomenal. So, although I have not played Gree, I did see more than Amia's playthrough, and yeah, that game is full vibes. It is very, very... Gosh, I don't know that I have the word for it, but it's a very neat game. I did not realize it was on Game Pass. It sounds like you're really enjoying it, and I will look forward to the show. So that'll be the next episode of Divided by Werewolves, yeah? You guys are recording tomorrow? Was that it? That was the last thing? I feel like we saw everything, but let me just take it once around. So I couldn't interact with this, for example. Secti's ritual note. Resurrection ritual. First try, December 22nd, 1637. Pig, success. Did not last for more than a few minutes. That must have been a sight. Second try, December 25th. Chicken, success. The chicken lasted much longer than the pig. Was it because of its small size and requires less essence? Third try, December 27th. Cow, fail. The carcass was too massive, it seemed. The ritual didn't even work at all. God, what did you do with the cow after that? I hope you didn't finish butchering it and serve it. There's your D&D adventure hook. Necromancer in training gives their best shot at resurrecting a cow. It doesn't quite go right. Doesn't seem to do anything. So then they're just like, well, I'll just give this to my friend the butcher and recoup some of my costs. It's then served at the local barbecue, and events ensue. Okay. I was hoping to, like, provoke him, but...
Bastard.
Yeah, Bones, one of the things that I really appreciate about this game is if the specters are inhabiting a corpse and you destroy the corpse, you will more often than not knock the specter out, and then you have to defeat the ghost
These
separately.
webs are too thick. We won't get through.
No, I still don't have this
I can't
technology.
seem to get a good grasp on the spectral fabric.
Also, I did not read it aloud, but I did see Inner saying that he and Sam Lander will be staying on D&D 5th edition with the licensing changes. I thought they had like undone a bunch of that stuff, but I don't know. I might not be up to date on it. Bone says Gree is gorgeous. I had no idea what it was. I only downloaded it because of the art style. And it is such an art style, isn't it? If anybody, like, Gree is not really a game that I think can directly be spoiled. It's not that sort of game. But as Bones is saying, it's on Game Pass. Give it a shot. Download it. Look at some screenshots in it. Unless you absolutely hate, like, side-scrolling platformer-style games, I would recommend it. I still might, play it through at some point, because now it's been a few years since I've seen it, but some of the images in it have stayed with me.
So, here we are.
I suppose now we step into the void.
Suppose we do.
I hope there was nothing else that I needed on this side. So we're going to avoid travel.
Dark rituals, void breach, general weirdness. Lemmy can't be far.
Oh, I was going to say something earlier about the,
Wards, think you can fend for yourself?
who is... Oh... That was going to be a very stupid question. I was about to ask, who is putting ghost wards in the afterlife? And then I realized that it's Lammy. Because of course he would. Bones also really likes the idea of Necromancer in training. Hey, it takes a few tries, and the mistakes you make along the
It's
way...
awfully calm. Why is it awfully calm?
Was I... Hold on. Was I supposed to smash a ward on this side, or do I just not care about it?
Take care. The place is warded.
Demonologists really like pushing the limits of their knowledge without considering other lives.
That just makes them human. Wards. I'm going to need a hand here.
We will provide one. I find the ghost wards a little more difficult to, a little more difficult to pick out than some of the other. Like, the haunted dolls are all, like, bright purple, and it's usually pretty easy to see them from a distance. The spirit orbs make that whispering sound. Some of the, upside-down funnels, or whatever the hell those are, those also are a little bit difficult, but the ghost wards... I really have to look for them in the environment.
Wards, you're on your own.
Kira Luna's saying he does a search for Gree and gets a mix of pics from the game and pics of pigs. Gree is the Norwegian word for pigs. Is it really? Sorry, very quickly. Bones is on the second playthrough of Play IBG. I was into whether it had a physical release or not. My Switch copy arrived today. Oh, that's cool. Was it one of those, like, limited run games? And sorry, I'm just taking a look. Intertooth was also saying that they did undo the changes made to the 5.0 license changes, because the license itself says that it cannot be changed, but not the one in 1D&D. So basically, with 1D&D, they're keeping open the possibility of just changing it down the road if they want. I know that was one of the things that they
At long last.
had wanted to do. I suspect that's why the Critical Role people are moving away from it as well. I mean, not that I think that they wouldn't want to design their own gaming system if they feel like they can improve on some stuff in the regular one, and then they'd have full ownership of it. But what better way to drive off some of your most loyal fans than to say to them, hey, you know your money? That's actually our money. I don't know if you realize that, but your money is actually ours retroactively. So, although this really seems like a thing, it's not somehow. Okay. Lamentation Haskell just set up a little animal corpse camp, and no one has anything to say about it. Second day of playing, but thanks for putting my... I wasn't sure if it had moved to a different topic.
Spectres. They haven't noticed us. Stay low.
Sorry. Antea, I have no idea what that means. There's no duck button. Stay low. Maybe just don't draw attention to myself. So, that Rage Demon's real upset about that. I feel like there's gonna be a fight here. No? Okay.
Beware. Wards.
Part of them, or part of me wants to, like, fight with them anyway.
I'm at your side again.
But on the other hand, also these ghost wards aren't doing that well.
Careful now.
Are we fighting? Okay.
Die, you bastard!
What I was gonna say is that part of me wants to, like, fight these guys for, like, the experience and, like, whatever they drop, but to be honest, we have a lot of ethereal bone fragments, and the experience for any individual ghost isn't all that high. Is this a doll, though? No, that's more dead rabbit. Okay, that's an up. Is there anything else that we want in this area? I really don't think so. Let me just look around real quick. Mostly, I would feel bad if I missed out on any story beats, but this just looks like a bunch of... That's what the animals are. They're baits for the ghosts. The ghosts feel like, oh, there's something that used to be alive here, but they can't find it because it's dead now. I love the fact that Bones is discovering Gree. That game's been out for a while. It was one of those games where it's one of those like, oh, I'll get to it. And then when Mia played, it was like, I don't know that it can have the same impact. Oh, right. Of course I don't have a map here. I don't know if it would have the same impact for me now that I've seen somebody else go all the way through it. But like that was a couple years ago, and here it is 2024. Now Bones gets to play it for the first time. This is why, not to get on a soapbox, but this is why game preservation matters. Because not everybody knows...
Creepy hideout. The Governor's spawn likes a bit of drama.
Not everybody knows about every game on the day that it's released, and a lot of times our lives are busy and we want to be able to come back later.
This one's different. Looks like it died diseased.
Could not be more gross.
Ugh. What is this thing?
Banisher rule number 4.
If it oozes, don't touch it. Another botched experiment?
It may be native to the void.
Well, I've also watched the movie Prometheus at least once, and I'm here to tell you that we should just stick our bare hand directly into that. Obscure demonology writings. Ghostly apparitions can be controlled, or at least shepherded, with a variety of known rituals. These must be performed with great care, lest control be ceded to potentially catastrophic effect. An illegible equation. If the words of power differ from 0.1 in intensity and appropriate protections are not carefully used, the ghost will appear, but will not bend to the demonologist's will. This is to be avoided, on risk of widespread injuries, death, or worse. Yeah, the thing that's worse than death, that's the one you really want to avoid.
Sideways magic.
It's forbidden. I've read it.
Sometimes I worry about you.
Bones also says, yeah, a lot of people are also addicted to live service games, like games that can be played for a really long time, like Destiny. By the way, Bones, I don't always like,
Maybe I should search some more.
Okay.
You need to see this.
I do need to see this. I do try to catch every Destiny stream that you guys do. Like, when it's you and, Binky, or, you and other friends, I really enjoy those. A hand-drawn map of the Harrows with the initials ER. Etienne Roulet. 2 places have been circled, the abandoned mill and God's Acre Cemetery. The veil between the Aralu and the Incarnate seems particularly thin in these 2 areas. A breach?
So, you can see me. Aren't you full of surprises, young Master Haskell?
You may talk. A Banisher ghost. Amazing. How on God's earth did you find me? Never mind that. Thank the Lord you did. Thought I was going to grow old in here.
Were you stuck in here?
In the Araloo. Originally, I was searching for the source of the poisoning. I may have overestimated my talents. Still, an amazing place to be stuck in, no? Tell me, how did you get past the Guardian beneath the mill? Did you use a decoy?
We fought it. Don't change the subject.
You fought it. Of course you did. A good thing, too. I was starting to think it was wise to me tricks. Oh, but I have so many questions.
This isn't a social call, kid. And we're the ones with the questions.
Oh. Oh. Of course.
We must talk of Caleb Watson. Why in the hell would you give him a resurrection ritual?
Ruth's death hit poor Caleb hard. He was alone, and so I would often stop by his workshop. We talked. He took a keen interest in my studies and was a good listener. When he learned that she could possibly return, he had one question. How?
You saw his grief as an opportunity to test the effects of the lesser palingenesis.
Oh. You know the ritual too? Amazing, isn't it?
I've studied it. The actual ritual, not the mangled version you gave Caleb.
Yes, and I'm sorry. I found it in a copy of De Occulti Philosophia by Cornelius Agrippa von Nettesheim. A remarkable book.
I've met my fair share of illustrious occultists, and none owned an authentic Agrippa. Much is lost in translation or altered in the printing. I doubt your copy is an exception.
Of course! The power is in the words, and mine were wrong, so the power went awry. How very fascinating.
Okay, now this guy's really pissing me off because his inaccurate translation caused a lot of suffering. And he's just like, oh, cool. Now I've learned something.
You mistake foolishness for audacity. You must mend your ways.
Surely the acquisition of knowledge cannot be a sin.
Will you still say that when Pennington accuses you of witchcraft? You must remember Deborah.
Miss Comenius. Yes, of course, I remember.
Your father tasked us with an investigation. One way or the other, we must return with the mystery solved.
Ah. I think I understand what you're saying. I might be in a tiny little bit of, danger.
You see ghosts. You stroll the void as if it were your garden. You possess and share forbidden rituals. Who are you really?
I'm Lammy Haskell, and I am a man of many sciences. I am in fact a true pursuer.
That raises more questions than it answers.
What are the pillars of the universe? Which principles underpin existence? As occultists, do we change the world or scratch upon its surface? Each discipline I embrace peels back a new layer of reality. I'm yet at the beginning and see where I already stand. Amazing, no?
Well, we know the answer to this. He was taught by his father and Etienne. And also it definitely feels like he's a demonologist. This guy, he just strikes me as being like, this dude is the prequel to the movie The Void. Like, he's the dude who has ideas that bad.
Are you a demonologist like your father?
More or less. Less, more so. My father sees occultism through the eyeglass of his faith, but I know better. So, more so?
If you don't share your father's faith, what do you believe?
I believe in the afterlife. The proof is about us. And if the void embodies eternal despair, there must too be a place of hope. But where? I ask myself, where?
Your father is convinced a witch poisoned his well. Caleb Watson was cursed by a ritual you gave him. I'd focus if I were you.
We must counter the devil with knowledge of his tricks. That, my father always said, is the purest of God's work.
Aye, I can imagine your father saying that.
When I was 10, he gave me my initiation. Demonology, sir, as he would say. He saw me as his heir. Then, of a sudden, the books were forbidden. So I stole them. The very same books he'd forced upon me as a boy. I understand them where he does not. I did no wrong, apart from a little theft.
You've studied demonology. Did you do it alone?
When my father forbade me to continue, I confess I disobeyed him in secret. Those big books were very boring until they were forbidden. Suddenly I could not get enough of their secret knowledge. Funny, eh? More recently, a good friend of my father showed me that I had only been scratching at the surface.
Again, it was Etienne. I think some of these dialogue options are if you didn't read the documents on the way in.
He taught you in secret.
On his visits, I would assist him with the research for the writing of his books. When the curse fell, he fled with thick-skinned Newsmith and left all his work behind. I hope he made it. I'd surely like to one day show him the advances I've made upon his work.
From the looks of this place, you're knee-deep in research. What are you doing here exactly?
Searching for the origin of the Harrows plague, of course. And I have a theory on the subject.
Of course you do. Go on then.
Now, at first, I believed the water poisoned, but my father sealed the well, and yet folk remained sick. They looked for witchcraft, a foolish, uneducated suspicion, yes, but with some truth concealed behind it. You see, the Araloo taints New Eden. Its influence leaches into the Harrows. The evidence is everywhere.
By the Araloo, do you mean the Void?
Neither name does it justice. This place is beyond words. The Araloo, Mr. McCraith, is made of the very fabric of our primordial myths. Isn't it amazing?
Bones, ever since we met Lemmy Haskell, I've thought that these eyeglasses are very Harry Potter.
How can you be sure the Void has tainted the region?
In New Eden, the threshold between our plane and this is thin. Even I, a novice, may reach the frontier and then go beyond. I also believe it happened before. Some years ago, New Eden was hit by another epidemic.
Yes, we learned of it in Fort Jericho.
I believe that first epidemic was caused by the porosity of the frontier between New Eden and the Araloo. Although, where theirs was an affliction of burning flesh, ours is a corruption of mind and spirit. And I believe I have found its source. There is a substance, a strange ooze. You may have noticed it. This, I believe, is the true source of the Harrows poison. It carries a particular stink, on the scent of which I experience first confusion, then a loss of control over my limbs.
Confusion, paralysis. Can you tell me more?
I felt my movements slowing, my thinking too. Space seemed to thicken. But wait, what if it was not space thickening, but time slowing? In recent months, many in New Eden have spoken of similar feelings, of lost time, hours untrackable, days passing unremembered. Who knows how the Araloo disturbs the minds and bodies of women and men? Unfortunately, I cannot reach the source. The Araloo is a formidable place. Tricky. A maze constantly evolving, changing, reshaping itself. The isthmus, for example. I found an oozing crack in the ground. The terrain then remade itself, and I can get to it no longer.
Perhaps we might be able to find a way through and take a look at that source.
Would you? That would be splendid. Would you mind taking notes?
Guess that's it.
Let's go take a closer look at that ooze then.
And with that sorrow gone, I can leave. Do be careful. My home is your home. If you need anything, help yourself.
The Araloo is not your home, Lemmy. But thank you.
So discreet in the background that he could be mistaken for the furniture. This young man, given to yapping like an overeager pup, seems equally shy, anxious, and friendly. And on a quest to right his father's wrongs. Boy, that's giving him a lot of credit. Lammy Haskell has been studying forbidden magic. Yep. And yep.
Pardon my morbid enthusiasm, Mistress Duarte, but could I ask you a few questions?
What do you wish to know?
Do you still need to eat? Do you feel hunger? Sorry, it's just you're the first ghost I've met, in person, as it were.
I don't eat. Not in the way you do. I feel hunger. Again, not in the way you do.
Fascinating. And can you touch things, smell them? Are colours the same as you remember them?
My senses are different. It's difficult to describe how. I can see, sometimes touch. I cannot smell. Red tells me this is a blessing.
How do you manifest in this plane?
Wait. I want to hear this because, honest to God, I would also have questions for a ghost, and I'm just curious where he goes. But Bones, thank you very, very much for the resubscription. I appreciate it very much.
Do you feel bound, or are you here by choice?
It feels as if I were clinging to a rope, high above the abyss. Even if I wished to let go, I could not bring myself to do it.
I see. What about your banisher skills? Can you use them? Do the accoutrements of your craft still work? As a ghost, do they not harm you?
The marks on my hands and the rings on my fingers aren't actually there. They have no more effect on me than a memory.
Can you talk to any ghost you wish?
No. I sense traces of their presence. To talk to them, I must still do the work.
And yet here I am, talking to you. How marvelous. The dead are rarely as articulate, nor are they accommodating. In fact, they're often quite rude.
We should probably get going. Some other time, then.
But we've merely scratched at the surface of the great mysteries. I mean, look around us. We stand here beyond the ultimate frontier. Sorry. I mean to say, yes, Mistress Duarte.
Well, hold on. I want to examine this ooze again.
Ugh. What is this thing?
Banisher rule number 4.
Oh.
If it oozes, don't touch it. Another botched experiment?
It may be native to the void.
I keep thinking about that. What was it like? It was something that we read that talked about how ghosts perceive the world of the living and how
Antea, we should get going.
the like regular human world
So,
becomes more distant and sort of flat, like more like a projection that they need to focus on in order to see, and they start losing the peripheral vision on like what life is like, and they have to remain extremely fixated on something in order to be present. I really like those writing details, and that Antea's a little bit different because we keep feeding her like human juice.
the biased governor's unassuming son is our evil Harrows witch.
The more powerful the loose cannon, the more dangerous it is.
And hello to Fox! Also, I keep meaning to circle back to what Inner said earlier, that he was walking along and saw a sign that said, duck, comma, eggs. And he's like, that seems like an unnecessary comma, and then it hit him.
I don't know if the paralysis and confusion applies to me, but I feel strange, and I suspect the ooze.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah, push Lamentation Haskell in, and then he can describe it to us, because I don't want to walk in this stuff. I guess we have to, but...
Oh, God. I need a wee bit of help here. Well, that was not pleasant. Not pleasant at all.
I wonder if they ever do a remake of The Blob again, if it can possibly be good as the 1980 whatever version.
Wards, think you can fend for yourself?
I tend to get my Shawnee Smith's movies confused with other movies. She was in that one, wasn't she? I'm pretty sure.
Here I am.
In other words, like the 1985 Blob or whatever it was, I just don't know how you do that story better than that. I'm not inherently opposed to trying. I just don't know how you don't wind up with like just kind of a CGI mess that wouldn't really have that sense of place and time. I guess I'd say this. They'd really want to do something that was not trying to mimic that at all and very much make it its own
The
thing.
spot can't be far.
I have no idea why. Oh, there we go. But no. So I still don't know why we can climb up here, because there doesn't seem to be anything here. Bones is confirming that yes, she was. Dawn Evil saying, I remember that movie. She was in that. It was 88 or 89. Okay. I worked in a movie theater, and it was one of the movies that played there. It was first run. Wow. But please know, it'd be some Blumhouse bullshit and then be completely CG. Yeah, that's the thing. The practical effects in The Blob are so good. Allegedly, and I'm gonna, like, slightly spoil a moment in the 1980s version of The Blob. In the one scene where, like, it was in the hospital, the guy was getting dissolved, and Shawnee Smith was supposed to, like, come into the room and see her, and apparently, allegedly, she had not seen this prosthetic, and the, like, or not prosthetic, but, like, this whole effect of, like, the actor being inside of this gel or whatever, and she opened the door and saw it, and the reaction that you see on film was her actual reaction. Like, she was really skeeved out by the whole, like, concept of the Blob, and that is her just, like, completely losing it for a second because she hadn't seen it prior to that. I don't know if that's true, but it's a fun story.
This could be near.
Oops.
Watch out. We made it angry.
Ow.
Your funeral!
Another detail about, I don't know why, literally there's just some ooze on the floor and suddenly I'm thinking about the Blob.
Oozes through the breach, suppurates like a festering wound.
How delightful.
That high school and, like, the opening shot where, like, there's this big high school football game that's happening immediately adjacent to the town cemetery, that's a real place. I don't remember where it is, like, but, like, there was, like, some making of video that I saw about it that went into, like, their location scouting, and that they just found this, like, perfect high school where, like, you can't get a shot of the football field without also catching this giant cemetery that's right next to it. And that was, I'm trying to remember if that was, like, written into the script beforehand, and I think it was.
On the other side.
Bones is saying Shawnee Smith is such a gangster. Have loved her since summer school. Yeah, she was also one of the judges on Scream Queens, which was... There were two completely unrelated shows called Scream Queens. One of them was like a reality-based show for actresses, and one of them was, I think, like a makeup and effects competition. She was a judge on the one for, like, young aspiring actresses, and she was real, like, she was like the Simon Cowell of the group. Like, she, when you impressed her, you knew you had done really well, if I remember, because she had high standards. All right, so we're going to void travel. Dawn remembers that show too. Yeah, it's confusing trying to find any mention of it now because there's like some other show that also has the same name.
Where are we now?
Underground, looks like.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and that goo is right with us. The blob also ends with like a teaser for like a follow-up, which unfortunately we did not get.
The ooze affects the incarnate too.
I do feel like if that same creative team had committed to like doing another one, I think it could have been really good.
Who goes there?
Okay, cool.
Is that
It's
a ghost?
an Odo.
I don't know. But I don't think we're alone.
Bone says, I love that you noticed that, but to me it was just a non-issue. The things we have more than anything here is churches, cemeteries, and football fields. Is that, did you, are you, see, I'm trying to remember
might you be
where it was
then?
filmed. I was trying to remember where it was filmed.
What was...
Oh, shite.
Did you just say shite? You?
So the thing worse than regular ooze is sentient ooze.
It's bigger than I thought it'd be.
Is that a house from the Harrows?
We may be below the well.
No wonder they all got sick.
You guys, we're doing Ghostbusters 2! That's what this is. Bones, where did you fall on Afterlife? We were talking about that recently. Without me spoiling anything, I actually enjoyed it a good deal more than I had expected. Not that I went into it with low expectations. I was just like, Ghostbusters has really struggled to be a franchise, I'd say. I was not... Even when I was young, not a big fan of Ghostbusters 2. I didn't like the 2016 movie very much. The video game was actually really good. Or at least I remember liking it in the past. I played it exactly once. Do you want to know what I did in the video game? I used the Proton Pack. There's like 4 other weapons you can use in that game. I used the Proton Pack because, goddammit, I wanted to use a Proton Pack. It's a Ghostbusters game. And no matter how fun and useful, I am going to search the house, by the way. No matter how fun and useful they might have made the other tools in the game, who did not want to fire that Proton Pack? I wanted to do that since I was like 5 years old. So this looks like it's the way out. Or it's something more. I want to go back and examine the house. Fox McCloud played the NES game. Yeah, actually, when I was growing up, we had a Ghostbusters game on the Commodore 64, which was also... man, I played a lot of that game. Like, I didn't understand it when I was young, and it took me a while to, like, start to get it. But I loved that game when I was growing up. Louisiana. So that's where the Blob was filmed. Bones really liked it, Afterlife. But I love Ghostbusters. I'm pretty sick of the nostalgia porn thing, but I liked how they did it. Yeah, so... started to say the other day, and maybe we'll touch on this at the end of stream if people are still around, because I don't want to do spoilers. Not everybody will have seen it. Ghostbusters Afterlife is like 90% a great movie. Like it's I am with that movie right up until a specific point, and then I'm like, oh no, why this? But we'll talk more about it. I will say, just to like not again get into detail, but 90% of a really good movie is still a really good movie. Like I enthusiastically recommend Ghostbusters Afterlife. I consider it the best Ghostbusters sequel that has been made so far, and I hope that Frozen Kingdom, or whatever it's called, is also, I hope that it is that good, at least. From Amity Gibbs, Providencetown, to Antipas, and Clemency Gibbs, the Harrows, New Eden. Dearest parents, Reuben and I have settled here in New Providence. Our home is quaint and quite lovely. You would like it, I think, though perhaps you would argue against the colors of the drapes. We attend the meeting house with rigor. The sermon Sunday last was particularly beautiful, and I'm certain you would have enjoyed it. Men of piety there are yet in New England. In your last letter, you mentioned that the farm has seen some trouble. If God tests you, I am full sure that you will pass his examination. However, should you need it, Reuben will be delighted to make you a loan. We may also consider a visit should you agree to certain stipulations on your behavior and manner of speaking, particularly to Reuben, who deserves neither wheedling nor snide remarks. Your daughter, Amity. So the parents didn't like Reuben very much and were sort of being mean to him. I don't know why, based on this. It doesn't seem to be religious, and I don't know what the problem with the colors of the drapes. Like, when I read that first, it was like, are they just like hypercritical of every little thing? We'll probably find out more.
This house belonged to a certain Antipas and Clemency Gibbs.
All right, how do we feel about us above, so below? Using leap increases the damage of the next punch attack by 150%. Now, I use that all the time. What's my current one? Punch attack is increased by 50%. Yeah, so I still feel like Savage River is better, just because this is 50% bonus damage to every punch. This is 150 damage to any time after you do a leap attack. So I still like the one that we have.
I feel a draft.
From the invisible.
Cotton Mather's pamphlet, and the woman being astonished thereat, confessed those things to be true, and that she and other persons named in this preternatural... How do you say this one? I've always said preternatural. That might not be the correct spelling, I don't know, or pronunciation rather. Discourse had familiarity with the devil, being asked whether she had made an express covenant with him. She answered she had not, only as she promised to go with him when he called, which accordingly she had sundry times done. Okay, inside Pandora's box. Since Pandora broke the jar, releasing all the proverbial curses upon mankind, epidemics are often considered a punishment or an ordeal imposed by the gods. Stuck in their narrow sight, scientists beg to differ and prefer to search for natural causes to the many consequences. As often, the answer is somewhere else. Between these rival conceptions, oh, God help me from people who think that the middle point between any two stories is the correct answer. Oh, okay, between these rival conceptions and at the same time beyond them. Undoubtedly, all the epidemics do not come from a breach in the fabric of the incarnate, but the regularity and periodicity of and the malignancy of such incidents throughout the world should all be counted as evidence of such breach and influence of the other side. The Aralu, the great below. After all, wasn't Pandora's true name... I don't know how to say that. She who sends up gifts, as in from within the earth? Healers, doctors, priests, and witches all should search for those signs like the true pursuer does. For until they seal off the void's breach oozing of the gifts of the underworld, they will remain like ants trying to stop a forest fire. as long as blind zealots arresting and hanging sorcerers and worshippers who supposedly spread the disease, when most of the time these cultists assembled here because oozing gifts called them in the first place, they were like sheeps confusing the sheepdogs with the wolves. So the upshot of all of this is they're going around and hanging the cultists when in fact they should be looking for what drew the cultists nearby. They're getting after some of the flames, but not the arsonist. Offering opportunities for the true pursuer to investigate without being noticed, I suppose. I'm going to love looking for that ill-mouthed nearby New Eden. Yeah, you're going to have a great time with Etienne. Oh, Fox was just saying hello to Innertooth as well. Also, Bones was saying he didn't hate Ghostbusters 2016, but gets why people do. For me, I watched it with my daughter, and it was a moment for me. I have a history with the original, and when 2016 was over, Caitlin looked at me and said, I like this one because they were girls, and that's enough for me. 2016, oh God. Have we talked about this? 2016 has a couple really, really, really great moments that, to me, expose what the movie could have been and probably was at some point in the script. God damn it. Guys, what is this, episode 23, and I'm still pressing X to smash down barriers?
Look up. The ooze, oozed through the very stone.
Oh. Yeah, no, this is where you just call the Space Marines and nuke everything with fire. The idea that this stuff is like growing beneath the town. How cool was Stranger Things Season 2, by the way?
All of them, just this one house fell down.
Maybe it was personal.
Was the Gibbs' house targeted by the ooze?
Obviously. Look around you.
Gibbs, I thank you for your note. God himself knows times are hard. That you could not honor our last order of grain was understandable. We find ourselves in a similar position, and upon the deaths of our last cattle, must cancel our next order. Please find enclosed the balance of our account, which we shall consider closed, at least until better times are come again. God will save us all from this curse. Richard Mellons.
Gibbs' land was barren. They were struggling for money.
Yeah, I can imagine it would be barren if you had, like, slime spreading underneath it.
Mr. and Mrs. Gibbs, have you read my paper?
I read it, aye. And then I washed my hands and prayed for grace. You claim to prove that there is no curse. Well,
a witch would say that, wouldn't she?
Wherever people gather to live, disease takes hold, and I believe... What are you doing?
your evil lies shall be destroyed. We know who you are, and you shall be judged. Witch!
That was Deborah. She built a case for her rationality, and they tore it apart.
Oh, okay. Oh, and yeah, no, Bones, there is no harm in that at all. I would love to share the scenes that I was just talking about in Ghostbusters, because I feel like 2016 is it's similar to my way of thinking. Nope, nope.
I felt it too.
Okay, now hold the hell on, because this has opened up a completely new way, and I thought the other way was the way to go. Let me go back a bit, because I'd like to get that chest, and this really feels like it's a go forward. So let me head back a little bit. And while I'm doing that... Wait, I didn't go up here either. Darn it. This is a complicated area. Yeah, no, exactly as Innertooth is saying, do not apologize for being active in chat, because I am all for it. Okay, so that was just that. So, here are two moments that I really liked in,
Where is it?
2016. One is relatively early in the movie. Oh, hold on. Is this just going to be a pickup? No, this is going to be a read. Gibbs Farm Account Books, Spring 1695. Wall repair, tithes, ale and bread, candles, carpenter, wood, sundries. Revenue, 80 pieces of 8, corn and horse meat. In the winter, tithes and taxes, ale and bread, candles, tool repair, season tools. Revenue, 95 pieces of barley. So, sorry, of 8, rather. So they were doing pretty well. Oh, no, they weren't, because you go back in time... Yeah, revenue was going down, because you go back to 1694, it was 152, back to 1694 summer, 275. So spring of 1694 was also a little bit lean, but that was their worst year, or worst season before that. Okay, speak now, guys. So, early on, it was Kristen Wiig's character. And she's talking about why she got into ghost hunting at all, like what drew her to it. Why was an otherwise serious scientist so interested in something that was the subject of nothing but ridicule from the academic establishment and Charles Dance specifically? And she talked about how this mean old woman who lived next to her passed away one day. She lived alone, and she was mean to her and her little friends when she was a little girl, and then visited her and stood at the foot of her bed every single night for years. Never saying anything, never doing anything, but always just lurking there. This is a really cool detail that might get somebody into, like, what the hell is this? And why is she doing this? And there is life after death. Also, I was young. Did I imagine it? It's just... Kristen Wiig does a really good job of telling this story. And then, near the very end, that I couldn't name any of the characters. There's Kristen Wiig, there's Melissa McCarthy, there's the woman from... There's Leslie Jones, and then there's the woman from Saturday Night Live, who I should probably know her name and just always forget it because I never saw her on Saturday Night Live. So, woman from Saturday Night Live suddenly has this, like, really sincerely expressed outpouring of love for the friends that she's had and the friendships that she's made here with the Ghostbusters, and it's surprisingly serious from a character who up until now has been played almost exclusively for laughs. These two moments that I just talked about have something extremely specific in common. They are almost the only time in all of Ghostbusters 2016 where anyone is being serious. Kate McKinnon. Thank you, Marquack. Hello to Marquack. And it's like, sorry, just to pause for 1 second. There are great actors in Ghostbusters 2016. It's a great cast. And in my opinion, the trouble that they have is that they try to be funny all of the time. They never dial it down. And what's frustrating about that is that every time they do step away with that for, like, the main plot stuff, it's like, oh, there's like a good movie here. I really like the fact that they made no attempt to remake the original, but instead we're doing a completely new story about a team of Ghostbusters coming together and fighting something that, well, like, seemed very menacing. And, like, there's so much promise to it, except that they just decided that everything should be a nyuk, nyuk, nyuk joke all the time. And if there had been somebody somewhere that was like, can we dial it back like 25%? I think that the movie would have been better on balance. And I think that the overall tone in Ghostbusters Afterlife did a better job of that. It was a better balance of the situation is serious, but the characters are funny. In 2016, they just sort of like leaned a little bit too far over into like everything's a joke all the time. I do not know how to get that chest. Maybe we have to go forward to get it, but I can't see another way to get it. And if I don't get it, I don't get it, I guess. Bones agrees. Yeah, it's
Mrs. Gibbs, I presume.
okay, we'll go down and see that there. Now, all of that said, like Bones, we watched Ghostbusters 2016 with my niece, and she also really liked it. There's a lot of value and benefit to having a movie that has, that centers on female characters and like those relationships and showing that they can be, heroic and action heroes and stuff like that. 100%. Can we also do that in a movie that's just a little more, like, carefully written, just a little bit more, less zany, I guess. And by the way, like, I felt, here's another Kristen Wiig movie. I really enjoyed Bridesmaids. I'm so sorry, because I can't remember how many of these things that I've said in some previous episode, although probably not of Banishers. Bridesmaids is a really great movie, but the one part that I didn't, like, hew to quite as much was Melissa McCarthy just has a very, raunchy sense of humor that is just different from my sense of humor. And I did say fairly recently, I want to see Melissa McCarthy in a more serious role, because I think she can do it. I think she can do it really well, and I just want to, like, see her. Hold on, we can probably yell. Okay, that seems like a problem. Ow.
Hugging all the fun.
Like, in other words, I think that she's very talented. I think that also her sense of humor is just a little bit further away from mine. And that's no crime. I would just like to see her a little out of that mode and a little bit more... Wait, did I already... Right, we got this, and then we were on our way out. Okay. Prime example is Chris Hemsworth in that movie. He's supposed to be, for lack of a better example, the dumb blonde, and I get that for girl power Ghostbusters. I love having a dumbass male character, but Jesus fucking Christ, they made him too stupid. Yeah, like how do you tie your shoes in the morning stupid? And it's like, it's fun to see Chris Hemsworth be like play something that's very far away from Thor, or like whatever that like Jack Reacher thing that he did on Netflix. What did he do? It's not Jack Reacher. He did Extraction Point. He has some movie, like 2 movies on Netflix or something that I've heard are really good. It's nice to see him not be action star and to in fact be like super far away from action star. Like to let him do something different. To let him stretch as an actor. That's really fun to see. It's just they went too far with it. Okay, we cannot go down here. The game's usually pretty good about indicating what surfaces you cannot fall from.
What do they want? Red, something is keeping me from manifesting.
In here? Ah, shite.
And that means that we
I
cannot...
am warded.
Yeah.
I cannot.
So there's something hidden here that we cannot perceive. Antea can, but we cannot switch to her until we find the Ghost Ward. But, like, one of the reasons that I find this generally to be an interesting topic is that there's also a lot of people out there in the world, especially on YouTube, who really want to slander Ghostbusters 2016 as being bad because they went with an all-female cast. And, like, no, that's
Take care.
not the issue.
Warded.
There's
See a ghost ward.
Okay, I get it, guys. Oh, wait. So I'm going to pick this, but just let me ask you, chat. Would you want to make use of this? The plant that's growing directly in the toxic ectoplasm? seashore candles. Yeah, if you say so. A bit singed. But yeah, so that's the thing. Once the conversation around something, reaches a certain level of toxicity, I feel like it's kind of important to be a little specific on why something didn't work for you, because I think that 2016 had all the elements to be good and then wasn't, which is just a measure of the writing.
Think you can fend for yourself?
Or possibly execution. Maybe not every single joke that you guys think of while working together on set needs to make it into the final cut. Less can be more.
Take care. The place is warded.
I am looking for the, Okay.
Better.
You're welcome.
Also,
now let's
sorry.
inspect the body.
Yeah, there's a whole thing back here, or at least there was. Our rings are glowing like they are... Oh, there we go. That's what it was.
I believe you may cross here if I blast a way through.
Expected no less from...
They never learn, do they?
Bastard. Think we missed it.
No! I thought he was up 3 done.
Someone didn't want to stay dead.
I will absolutely get the clue in just a second. Clemency Gibbs' diary. Haskell and his town flock are here, fled from their homes. We have room for all in the Harrows. There's a mold on the wall near the front door. I shall scrape it off. The mold has turned sickly black and oozes between the boards. The crops, such as they were, have failed. The governor and his band of weak-hearted souls have brought the curse with them. May the Lord deliver us. The black stuff is everywhere. Folks sicken, hard of breathing and bleeding from every orifice you'd care to mention, and some you would not. The devil spits and we are flooded with it. I am minded of 7 years ago when the plague last hit. I pray to God to grant me, Clemency Gibbs, and my loyal and moderately capable husband, Antipas, the wisdom to once again out the witch. God will not help us because our governor uses magic. His boy, what's-his-name, the idiot. He put a pagan totem by the house. I tore it down. Antipas said he saw Haskell throw something into the well, and then the earth shook. That's new information. Haskell never mentioned throwing something into the well, only that he was sealing up the well, or he had done it.
Clemency Gibbs blamed the epidemic on a witch. Come from New Eden Town with the governor.
That's not what Deborah was saying.
The Gibbs were not at home to rational explanations.
So, this is the way that we came in. Was there anything else over on this side before we leave? Because we couldn't Antea before. Yeah, we've got like a whole... Oh no, whatever this is not our launch point for it. Yeah, one of my favorite individual moments, look at this, come on, in the original Ghostbusters was when they're in the hotel, they're on their very first ghost busting mission, and Ray Stan says, well, we better get ready, switch me on, and Egon turns on the proton pack, and the entire theater lights up with this symphonic thrum, and every single seat in the theater is just vibrating with the sound of this thing, and Egon presses himself back against the corner of the elevator, this unlicensed nuclear accelerator, and he's in an elevator where he cannot be more than like arm's reach away, and it's so funny. And then compare that to the same moment conceptually in 2016 when Melissa McCarthy has hers turned on, and she just has like a whole riff that she goes on about it, and it really undercuts like again honestly, props for not just doing the same thing, but what they did instead was less appealing to me. I'm going to go on record as saying what I think is happening here is...
The spot can't be far.
Oh, is it right here? Between the voice...
pattern needs to line up.
Okay, I get it, Antea. Between the voice and the ectoplasm figures that we've seen sort of like observing Red from a distance as he's been exploring... I think that the Gibbs, I think that their consciousness has been sort of subsumed into the sludge, and the sludge has taken on some of their religious beliefs. I think that it's at least partially sentient, like an echo of them. Okay, so there's that. But what is this? There's like a different tunnel over here. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna go look at this one.
This could be a good spot to cross.
Right, but it's not. Well, that's out of range. And wait, there's no point in going down here because... Well, hold on. I saw, like, another ghost tunnel, or at least I thought I saw, like, shreds of one over here. Apparently I'm completely wrong. Alright. When anybody asked Brandon about his podcast partner, his boy, what's his name? The idiot. Oh, but I just remembered at least one thing I was going to ask you about. Wasn't it... Do I remember correctly that Bloodbath and Beyond is no longer doing content? I think I remember seeing that either somewhere for sure. I'm trying to remember if it was like on Blue Sky. I just wanted to say that if you have any additional contact with those folks, I understand that sometimes you got to step away from content creation, but I would also want you to pass along that I was always looking for more opportunity to see their stuff. I know that's cold comfort because they probably stepped away because not enough people were engaging, but it seemed really good. I just didn't have time at that moment. Man, I would like to go back and see what is available on YouTube. All right. I think we're going to go through the tunnel that we can, which is up there. I can't escape the feeling that there's another tunnel, but... Like there, for example. There's all these shreds of tunnel that we can see all over the place. Jay says he's done. He shut down the Patreon. The Discord is still active for the handful of us in there, but is no longer doing content. Yeah, no pressure on it. I really like the idea that you would be able to go back to Jay and say, hey, I was just, like, watching somebody's stream and unprompted they brought up how much they liked your stuff. I didn't get to see as much of it as I had wanted.
See anything?
Either the water table is full of ooze, or there's another source.
Let's search upstream.
Oh.
Over there.
Elusive little buggers.
I saw him. I just don't think he's going to be waiting for us.
Off we go then.
I can also... There's all sorts of reasons that somebody might, you know, want to step away.
Away with you!
Ow. Ow. Oh, you guys, I haven't done the rifle butt in a long time. I think we still have the gear that causes the next shot to do a whole bunch of damage. The trouble with this, the rifle swipe, is that it has an incredibly short range. Bones was legit their first Patreon. They were the first creator that he ever joined a patron for. Love those guys. I bet that felt awesome. While we're on the topic, Bones, I would enthusiastically support you putting up a link to the, and I think it's still on Podbean, of for Divided by Werewolves. Because I know the most recent episode went up pretty recently, because we retweeted that, or whatever you call it, on Blue Sky, and you just mentioned doing the next episode next. Oh, by the way, Bones, I know it's not a horror movie, but I'm not sure that you were here the last time, or since we watched it. Nobody with, what's his face? I can't not remember his name right now. Nobody stars the man, Bob Odenkirk. Wow, that took too long. That movie was great. Like, I really, really, really liked it.
Don't step in that. I mean it.
We'll find a way around then.
Step in what? The stuff I'm already walking in? Okay, if I stand here... Oh, I really thought that was breakable. What does she mean, don't step in it? I'm already stepping in it.
Destroy those ghost wards if you want me back.
Those echoes were hearing were the shadows speaking.
They always appear near the ooze.
So do the whispers.
But which came first?
Yeah, here's what I'm thinking. The ooze was coming up from underneath. It dissolved or replaced or whatever else the land underneath the Gibbs home. The Gibbs home sank, and then their bodies wound up in the ooze. Where am I going? I didn't... Hold on. I really don't feel like I did what I was supposed to do up there. And that what we're seeing now, the echoes, the whispers, are... I don't know that we're seeing ghosts. I think that we're seeing, like, gelatinous doppelgangers that have, like, come from the ooze as it sort of, like, absorbed their identities. But then again, it's only the male figure in the hat from what we've seen so far. Yeah. So... Now we knock down the gate. And that's it. All right.
The whispers say the same things over and over.
What kind of entity would be so obsessed?
I don't know. I'm drawing a blank.
Bones saying that he had a good time. Hello to Mirinda. I am enjoying the game a great deal. I will say that we're doing a main story quest at the time. This game is very good. The combat feels excellent. It looks excellent. It's got a very cool upgrade system where you can, as you find different pieces of gear, they're going to have different effects on how the combat goes. And it's not just like, so, like, there's an element of, like, plus more attack, plus more defense, but more importantly, there's a big element of, like, oh, after, you know, 3 heavy punches, then you do this special thing. Or a different piece of equipment will give you a different boost or bonus. So, it feels like there's lots of ways to
Watch out.
Adjust your play style. And I really like the storytelling in it.
Stop that specter before it possesses the corpse.
Oh, and by the way, Bones was saying that he enjoyed, he agreeing that nobody was a good time, but he wishes that he had done a little bit of research first if he had known that it was done by the writer of John Wick. I also did not know that. That's new information for me. That said, in this world where movies are being made every day, it seems that old people are getting sick of things and turning into badasses. I can't believe we don't have a Falling Down remake. Yes. Not that I think the movie needs to be remade, just an observation. I think my... Hold on.
This looks perfectly drinkable.
Famous last words.
Why hasn't the poison spread to the groundwater?
Perhaps it shifts and shapes, like the void. Well, at the very least, it shifts. Looks like the ooze comes from a distinct source.
Were somebody to announce a remake of Falling Down, the very first question that I would ask is, or like wonder to myself is, do the creators of the new movie remember the fact that he was the bad guy? Because I just feel like there's a lot of space in the world these days to misunderstand the super central message of that movie, and to take from it exactly the wrong ideas. However, if it was done by a good writer and director team, I think that it would be... I think there's a lot of room to redo something like Falling Down. I'm absolutely going backwards, and I don't mean to, so we're going to go forwards again. Thank you, Bones, for the link. I'm going to do this because you asked, yes, but I can't imagine anybody here would be interested in even more of my bullshit. I will say, if you are interested for a lot more interesting, thoughtful, and well-educated opinions on movies, games, and all sorts of other topics, I definitely recommend checking out Divided by Werewolves. It is Mr. Bones, who is in chat right now, along with Brandon Kakowski-Schnell, otherwise known as Mr. Binky, and they have a podcast called Divided by Werewolves, where they do exactly that. So this is now forward. Yeah, I would say for Mirinda and anybody else who's like looking at Banishers for the first time. The thing to understand is that it is equal parts exploration, which is a lot of what you're seeing right now. It's sort of like navigating this area and looking for things to find. And also...
This whole country is rotten to the core.
And you're just now reaching this conclusion?
If I wanted your opinion, I'd give it to you.
Perhaps if you gave me the space to have one, then we'd both be better off.
Wait, why are we suddenly sniping at each other? And also, why can't I... What is happening? So something unusual is happening here.
We're not finished here.
Oh, I didn't get to go up there. Okay. Hello to Azaric! I'm absolutely having a great Saturday. Yeah, what I was starting to say to Mirinda there before the dialogue is... That was weird. They were suddenly, like, really at each other's throats, like they were during the,
What is lurking here?
Jealousy
Time
demon.
to work, Banisher.
This game has a lot of dialogue and reading and investigation. And although not all of that is, like, super necessary, you will definitely get the most out of the game if you engage thoroughly with the story and the characters.
Someone came through here, someone real, not just a shadow.
Bone's like, this is what I remember from my marriage. Oh, can I not be Antea? So we just recently worked out that Antea can walk through the goo a lot better because she doesn't have legs.
Whoever it was, looks like the ooze got him. What do you think, Antea?
You wanted the space to have your own opinion. I'm giving it to you.
So this is very sudden. They were not doing this to each other previously. And I would think that it's exposure to the ooze, except it seems weird that they didn't... There was no, like, slow ramp up to this.
This must be Antipas Gibbs. Hell of a fall to live through. Now join in any time, Antea.
What do you think I'm doing?
Azric, I hope you're also having a great Saturday. This is where we came in. I think. Yes. Wait, so now can I go back? Whatever's up on the cliff isn't, like, the most important thing, but I'd like to get it while we're down here.
Hold on a wee minute. This place deserves a proper sweep.
Okay, yeah. So we'll just go forward. It, for whatever reason, does not want us to go back. Inner saying studies show 100% of divorces are caused by marriage.
It's close.
It is one of the prerequisites.
Innocent, guilty, the guilty, innocent.
Okay, so we've not found everything in this area. Ah.
This is God's land. How could we let a witch come to our community? Instructing our children, no less.
'Tis no surprise. New Eden brims over with backsliders. The governor, chief amongst them.
Aye, many had to sicken and die for him to act. But the deed is not yet done.
We must fight the Lord's good fight and cast the devil out for good. Many want to try the witch, aye, and many want to see her dead.
Oh, I do not want to try to fight in this goop. This is as fast as I can go.
I have another in sight.
No, that was terrible.
They never learn, do they?
Oh!
Hey! More fun.
Oh, I wasn't charged up on Banish. I thought I was.
Stay down.
Those things came from the ooze. They're like those oriental shapeshifters we fought in Bremen.
Or Bacche liquefy. This is something else. The ooze reacted to our presence. The Gibbs were so angry. Pure entitled bigotry.
Maybe they were affected by the ooze. I mean, we've been snapping at each other since we got here. Something's toying with us.
I think they made the ooze. I don't think the ooze made them.
Miranda's asking what platform. So this is on PC. I am playing with an Xbox One controller. You could also play with mouse and keyboard. I will say that based on how the combat works in particular...
We should search this place more thoroughly.
Oh, they don't want me to go this way either. Based on how the combat goes in particular, this for me is definitely a controller game. It feels really good. Your attacks are on the shoulder buttons.
This is the source. How do we get to it?
Well,
if you need a rest, this place is as good as any.
yeah, I'm gonna take her up on that, possibly because I spent some decoctions. But yeah, I think this game is also on console. I want to say Xbox One and PlayStation 5. I don't know how it compares graphically, but I would say that on any of those, I bet it controls really well. Like, there's some games you're like, well, I'd really recommend doing mouse and keyboard, but this is... all of this has been on controller, and I'm having a great time with it. On the topic of this video game, though, I fucking love that reload animation. A lot of people have had fun with the idea that he's racking a... ball and gunpowder musket like it's a modern shotgun. And
Something tells me this is the condemned well. Do you think you could get that bucket down?
Probably.
An echo from the past drifts by.
Alright, oh, is it just hop right across here?
A vivid memory from the dead is somewhere near.
The devil still breathes through her mouth. We are cursed, and you are stalling.
Clemency, Antipas, please. The woman has been jailed. As per custom, she will face trial and justice will be brought to this community.
Coming from a magic user himself. But can you or your demonologist discernment really be trusted?
How dare you insinuate such blasphemy? I'm a man of faith.
Then do what God commands of you. Governor, we ask for safety. If we do not get it, there will be consequences.
A set of Urim and Thummim, tools of divination and claromancy, thought to reveal the will of God.
The governor used Urim and Thummim, and that made his flock suspicious.
Divination stones. He must have thrown them down the well when he sealed it. Why now?
Hiding the evidence perhaps of his role in the witch trial. They connected him to the demonology he used to reinforce his authority.
That echo proves that things were getting out of hand. For his son's safety and his own, Haskell must have feared the suspicious mob.
That's exactly what I read from that flashback when they were like, you take care of this governor or there will be consequences. And there was sort of that scene of them like brushing the shoulder of Lamentation Haskell. I was like, is that a threat, or are they like winking at Lammy to say, if your father won't do it, maybe you should? Because I actually think that that's what he heard. But I think that maybe what they were actually doing was like, if you won't take care of our families, then we will take care of yours. That's sort of how I read that. Bowen is like, reminds me of Sarah Connor one-hand cocking the 12 gauge at the end of Terminator 2. Also says that he's gonna lurk for a while. Bones, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much for hanging out, and thank you again for the resub. It was awesome being able to chat with you. Okay. We've got a xenomorph egg. Not really. This one's much more menacing.
Oh, this can't be good.
Who are you?
Confess! Let them speak. If we speak, so you listen? Impudence! Provocation! Read the charges!
Where to in the grave? You have blood on your hands and weakness in your heart. Guilty!
Swore to vanquish evil. You conspired with witches.
Sworn to banish all ghosts. Instead, you embrace one.
The charges? Cowardice, oath-breaking, deception. The verdict? Guilty. The sentence? Pain hereafter.
I only seek the truth.
Truth is a poison. The poison will end you.
Bloody hell. Is that me?
Oh!
Get yourself together. I ought to face myself.
Yeah, I guess so. See, I don't want to.
Stings.
What the hell just came out of that shadow?
It's working. Keep at it.
Okay. So I would really prefer not to walk in the jelly.
The shadow's got its strength back.
Don't let the ooze get back to its shadow.
Ow! So I'm having a lot of difficulty as not getting shot by Shadow Red.
Let me end this.
Can I join in too?
I can't run.
Ask for help if you need it. Getting rid of that ooze should weaken the shadows.
Wow! Oh, whoops. That.
You fraud, you cold-hearted deceiver! Rise for the verdict! Alive, you banished parasite ghosts! Yet dead, you dare linger! Have you no shame? You indulge yourself! I sentence you to anger, to regret, and hence to oblivion.
Ghosts are dangerous, and I'd no reason to show mercy.
Yeah, I feel like the key here is goo or not, just stay on the attack. There.
Poisoning the body politic. You portray yourselves as saviors sent to deliver us. But with your dark hearts, the evil only worsens. Your witches and witches must die.
And Tia died to help New Eden. And still we fight this curse.
What more do you want from us? Your strikes do nothing.
Hello to Grumpy, by the way. No. No.
I'm
Okay,
right
this
here, you know.
sucks.
This just won't do.
Is there another goo pile? What am I...
Her name is Deborah.
I'm slightly concerned that we've hit some sort of a bug. Because I don't have a goo pile to fight, and also... Oh boy, I do not want to go through this fight again. So I can lock onto this empty space. There's nothing here. I can't do that. And there was only one goo pile that manifested, and we already got it. I'm concerned that the fight was not designed for Antea to yell and knock them both out simultaneously. No. You guys, I think we're gonna have to restart from the checkpoint. Unless somebody else has some ideas. Oh boy. How far back do you think it's gonna send us? Let's... Oh, we can't save. Oh, God.
Her name is Deborah.
Does anybody else have any ideas? I feel like we've reached... Yeah, okay. I can continue to stand here and do nothing, or we can exit to main menu. And Hero was saying that he's having difficulty understanding. We can turn on the subs for this scene, because there's some voice modulation. In general, what's happening is that the Council of Three goo monsters are accusing them of crimes unbefitting of Banishers, specifically Red aiding and abetting a ghost, Antea, and then Antea in life having gone around and banished the ghost, and now in life assisting with like reaping the souls of the living. But we'll go to options here. And video? Audio? No. Language and accessibility. Display subtitles. There we go. All right. We'll leave the speaker names on for now. And yeah, let's put on a background. Let's see how it is, and we'll just make sure that it's visible for everybody. All right. And now the real test will be, where does it drop us? Oh, this isn't... I mean, we're gonna have to do the fight again, but it's not like we have to do the cave again.
All deserted you. None supported you.
Oh, this can't be good.
Who are you?
Confess! Let them speak. If we speak, so you listen?
Impudence! Provocation! Read the charges! Red rule in the grave. You have blood on your hands and weakness in your heart. Guilty!
Swore to vanquish evil. You conspired with witches. Sworn to banish all ghosts. Instead, you embrace one.
The charges. Cowardice, oath-breaking, deception. The verdict. Guilty. The sentence. Pain hereafter.
Hopefully this will go smooth. What did we say last time? This.
I only seek the truth.
Truth is a poison, the poison will end you.
What I was going to say is that hopefully now that we know the mechanics a little bit better, it'll be quick.
What the hell just came out of that shadow?
It's working. Keep at it.
Ow, I'm not messing about, am I?
Oh, I think he just went to banish me.
Let me end this.
Look to me.
Nope. All right, now we do this.
Have you learned
Ghosts are dangerous, and I'd no reason to show mercy. Yeah? Well, I rebuke his.
Antea's phase is way easier than Red's.
Banishers are guilty of poisoning the body politic. You portray yourselves as saviors sent to deliver us. But with your dark arts, the evil only worsens. Your witches and witches must die.
And Taya died to help New Eden. And still we fight this curse.
What more do you want from us? Ask for help if you need it.
Now, I just want to be really careful about using the yell again, because that's how we got in trouble last time.
Can I join in too?
Okay, this looks better, because now all the health is gone.
We have passed judgment. The guilty are known. Now justice is ours.
Inner, have a great night. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Oh, hello.
Enough. Can we please get out of here?
The quill Governor Haskell used to sign Deborah's death warrant. Yeah, so here's what I think that we're discovering. There were three people in the town council, three sort of like council of elder style people. There was Thickskin, Governor Haskell, and Captain Pennington. Captain Pennington executed the punishment, having her in chains, apparently having like a full face mask on her and some other stuff. Governor Haskell signed the death warrant, because even though he himself practiced magic, and whether or not she did, we still don't know. By the way, we still don't know if Deborah did anything magical at all during the time that she was alive. But Governor Haskell signed the death warrant based on what appears to have been a perceived threat by the townspeople against his own son. And then I'm trying to remember exactly what, because it's been a while now, what Thickskin's interaction, if any, with Deborah was. Because I feel like what she did was march all of the young people and the innocent people off into the woods and got them eaten by wolves. And then they came together in that like big blight monster, Scourge it was called, and that was motivated by Deborah. But I feel like the actual connection there is more about Deborah. It appeared that Deborah was in a romantic relationship with Kate, Thickskin's sister. I think that's the connection to all three of them. Also, we got... Wait, where's my... Yeah, this. We have a new suit. Blessed Garb. Melee and punch attack is increased by 10% for each manifestation cooldown. My manifestations are very long. What does my current one have? So it's actually not the best bonus ever, because it only is like a single powered up attack after defeating somebody with a manifestation. Like her entangle doesn't do very much damage, so it's really just her leap attack or her yell attack. And her yell attack does tend to knock people out, but it's usually a finisher, not the prelude to doing more damage. So this would actually have some probably more consistent advantages throughout the fight. We're losing a little strength, a bunch of wrath, good amount of persistence. We lose a little bit of spirit, and then the physical percentage isn't, like, I don't like that going down, but I'm not as concerned about it. If we upgrade this to boost up the strength, yeah, we'd get the strength and wisdom back. Well, wisdom would just keep going up, and then the persistence we would correct for as well. Let's see how it looks. Well, actually, no, we can't. We would need some more nest silt anyway. Fox McCloud is saying that Deborah did the detach your thumb trick and everybody called her a witch. She was also guilty of stealing multiple noses. All right. Oh, wait, is everything... I don't see any more slime at all. I guess it all went away. So that was different than what I was thinking. I didn't think that we were seeing different people. I thought that we were seeing repeated echoes of one of the gibbs that fell down here and went into the goo. And the goo was like self-replicating around this one human mind that it had absorbed. Instead, we got a full-on, like, goo showcase of all of the... Well, of the governor and of both of the Gibbs, but then...
That was awful.
Some other townsfolk.
This trial. It was as if Deborah wanted us to face what she had faced. But all I feel is beaten.
I feel powerless. I were always one move behind. Justice miscarried here.
Of course. That's it. I know what that was. Such spectre of injustice has a name. The mythical infamy. I've only read about them. They're so rare, most think them a myth.
Haskell's cowardice is to blame. To save his own arse, he condemned a woman he knew to be innocent.
And so a terrible ghost was born, and sickness piled on sickness. Haskell has so much to answer for.
Here's the thing, as we sort of explore the docks to pick up any pieces of eight that people left behind, linens and such. I had a lot of respect for Captain Pennington, at least on the specific topic of he did the brave thing and he stood up against people at Fort Jericho who were inclined to deny the humanity and agency and role in the community of people like Flora and Fernando. And that really stuck with me. Like, I really wrestled with what we were going to do with him as a result of his case, because he was on the whole a good man who had done this one, like, truly, genuinely horrific thing to this woman. And to this moment, I still don't feel like I know his motivations for that, because it feels so at odds with other details that we knew about Captain Pennington. But Fairfax Haskell is almost the exact opposite. When, if I'm following this, or like at least my read on it, is that he had basically a couple people in town say, you take care of this witch who's poisoning the well and ruining everything. Maybe not poisoning this well, but who's doing witchcraft, or else we might, at some undisclosed future point, come after your son. And
what is lurking here?
Time to work, Banisher.
I can respect his desire to protect his family. I cannot respect his desire to do so, his decision to do so, at the expense of some innocent woman's life. By the way, I don't know, and please do not wish to know, if she was actually innocent. Like, bear in mind, it's always possible that Deborah was exactly like what she was accused of being. That she was not only a witch.
This be what's drawn on the map.
But like a terribly malevolent one. And here she is after death, posing as one that was good and pure all along, falsely accused. I don't actually know. However, we've seen zero evidence that she was anything other than a regular person. So that's why I continue to say that she was falsely accused. A shorter version is...
Heart, destroy the wisps within its roots.
I remain open to additional information on the topic, but until then, I'm going to continue to say that she's just falsely accused. All right. I don't know if there's any reason to have done that,
According
but...
to our map,
yeah.
the treasure can't be far.
Okay, everybody relax. We've got 1, we've got 2, we've got... Nope, that's a torch. Well, we'll shoot the ones that we've got.
No roots. Just how I like it.
Okay, we have an elevator up. That's probably, on the whole, like a shortcut that we can go back to. We've already looked under here. Oh, right, wait. Yes! This is the map. Remember, you guys? Remember, like, 3 episodes ago when I was like, oh, the big wooden Washington Monument. And it's, like, there's a treasure around. So it's probably up at the top of this. Also, I have to say that all of the ghosts that were in
The treasure
Judgment
must be hidden nearby.
of us looked very delicious to me. Made completely out of strawberry jam. Interesting. I wouldn't have expected to find one of the haunted dolls here. And, you guys, we got a whole bunch of nest silt, so maybe we can upgrade that other armor. I like this armor in design. In function, if there's something better, then we might go for that. Oh, and, like, just for the record, the other side effect of having to do that, like when we went to go get the exorcism piece, like, way at the beginning, all of his stats did go up by, like, an additional +3. That's weird, by the way, to have, like, sort of a quest item that it's at the end of a segment that every time you do it is going to be harder than it was before. Because it feels to me like if you don't find that dirt at the end, then that ghost segment could reach a point where it's too hard to complete. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's, like, a cap after which it stops getting harder. Hopefully at that point you would also stop getting attribute increases, or else you could just get everything up to 100 by running that all day long. So we went up there. I feel like there was one more place to search up there before we take the elevator. Because we didn't go behind the elevator. Okay. Oh, by the way, I did get the achievement actually a couple streams ago for picking up 10,000 pieces of 8. And here's the thing, as of the last episode, not this one, but the one before this, obviously, got the achievement for killing, it was either 3 or 5 specters with weak shots, rifle shots to their weak spot, which I'm still not 100% certain which part of the specter is a weak spot. Like, on a human being, you would say the head, but on a ghost, I don't know. They work different, man. It's kind of the whole thing.
That and down there, I was tense. I was impatient.
The infamy's doing, not yours.
No. Doesn't change the feelings. I never thought I could feel such anger again.
They were Deborah's feelings, not yours.
Foxcloud is saying, congratulations, have I been on Hoarders yet? Hey man, I might need that stuff later. We'd better keep hoarding it. And, like, truly, where we are in sort of like our advancement is we don't, or like, we have so many resources of like the regular crafting materials, but...
How refreshing it is to the soul to be at once thus delivered of that which was. One thing above all else, my friends, is true. The wicked are at odds with themselves.
Oh, good. His latest sermon. We haven't missed it.
Have they put up more walls since last time we were here? This place wasn't quite as built as it is now.
The Lord's promise of salvation from hell pleases them. The Lord's salvation from misery and sin here on earth does not.
This doesn't look like salvation from misery and sin.
The wicked pray for deliverance from the fires of hell, while piling the kindling high. They proclaim their love for their Lord, yet, in his name, they serve themselves. Their self-regard crumbles in the light of their hateful iniquities.
So true.
Mr. McCraith, my friend, I'm so glad you agree. Now, the wicked man never questions...
I have your answers.
What? Yes, good. Perhaps we should discuss this privately, if you'll give me just a moment.
It's quite the story. You might not wish to hear it. Neither may the good people here.
Please, this is not the time.
We want to hear the story. Let the Banisher speak.
Tell them, Red. Tell them good.
Aye. There's a story that starts with a question. A question for you, Governor. And maybe for all the good people of New Eden. If I give you a witch, will you do what you did to Deborah Comenius?
Comenius, say you? The school teacher walked with the devil and paid the appropriate price. That's the beginning of the history and also its end.
Is it, though? Now, I've learned much about Deborah Comenius and what happened to her, and it tells a very different tale.
And what story, pray you, does it tell?
It tells the story of a woman, a teacher, living peaceably among friends, until there came a plague. In fear, the good people went to their governor. The devil walks among us, they said. and you must save us, or we will find someone who will. This governor knew he could not save them, but he could give them a witch. The train band captain shackled the schoolteacher and locked her away. She would confess, or she would be judged.
Deborah Comenius was a witch, Mr. McCraith. She was the devil's tool, and worse, much worse.
The picture of yourself that you hold in your mind is that of a great occultist.
To repel the devil, the wise and fearless man must learn the Black Spy's tricks.
Do you then consider yourself a true demonologist?
In order that a war be just, 3 things are necessary. Firstly, the authority of the sovereign. Secondly, a just cause. Thirdly, a rightful intention.
Aye, the Summa Theologiae of St. Thomas Aquinas, a classic quote from which you have conveniently omitted an important detail. To wit, a just cause is required, namely that those who are attacked should be attacked because they deserve it on account of some fault. Have you ever wondered what lies beyond the veil, past the hem, beyond the invisible? Have you ever heard of the Harrows?
What gibberish is this?
No? Your good friend Etienne Roulet did not. It seems they knew worthy of his secrets. Never mind. The trial was not fair. You had no proof, and you knew it.
Credible witnesses gave believable testimony, sir.
Witnesses like Gibbs, who pressured you into a guilty verdict to avoid being suspected of witchcraft yourself.
There was pressure, I'll not deny it. But I did what I did to protect the colony. It was a difficult time.
You're a pompous coward, fearful of anyone different, as human as that is.
There must be a man to judge, or there is no order. A man to make the judgment, and a man to enforce it. Of all people, you know this.
I live and let live. I choose only for the dead.
I choose for the living. These people are sinners, sir, and must be led back to the light. This is my mandate, my duty.
What do you really want, Governor?
I wish only to serve. I am the trusted servant of the good people of New Eden. Without me, they're lost.
Without them, you would be lost.
Yes. Maybe I do need them. How very human of me. But these people undoubtedly need me, Mr. McCraith. And there is no one else.
Admit it. You toy with magic you don't understand.
You, sir, are jealous.
I, sir, am tired. I've done my job, fulfilled my contract, I've found the source of the curse. The poison below the well is no more, no thanks to you.
Aha! Poison it was then. The weapon of the wicked, to weaken the people's will. What was it, belladonna, hemlock, foxglove?
Betrayal. Truth unspoken, secrets and lies, wrongs basically, your wrongs. The wrongs you visited upon Deborah Comenius, the wrongs that led to her death.
She died at the hand of the body politic. She died at all our hands. Most of all, she died at her own.
She died because she would not submit.
'Twas not my plan to kill her, stupid, stubborn woman. Why did she not confess? I would have granted clemency. I would have shown her mercy.
I can't imagine that this is going to be a surprise at all. I don't like, oh golly gosh, if only she had chosen to be less of a victim, if only she had confessed to crimes that she had never committed, then I could have been the good guy and spared her and shown her mercy. I don't even believe him there. What if the townsfolk said, oh, you're gonna believe her? Why wouldn't he have just gone ahead with the execution? For all of the reasons that we've done, this one just doesn't, I think, warrant a deep dive into everything that we've discovered, just based on the facts discovered from the gel monsters and everything else. Like, he's so unrepentant about it is one of the things that really locks this in.
You had the power to stop the madness, but instead you chose to let it run all the way to its barbaric conclusion. You brought the curse down on New Eden. Then you called we Banishers in to fix your mistake. You boast of your knowledge of demons and spirits, but in truth, you master nothing. You're a peacock. All show and no meat. I'm not here today to bring justice. But this man, your governor, brought death to your doors. No. He deserves blaming. And shame on me if I don't do it.
Hell's bells!
No!
Friends, have I ever not served the interests of our community? Have I not protected you? Have I not loved you?
Oh, Mara. Oh, God. To the living.
Death to the dead.
This is unfair.
Is the evil gone for good?
Far from it.
Then who will protect us?
I will. While Mr. McCraith fights the curse of New Eden, I will protect the people of the Harrows. Or at least, I'll try. Now let's all return to our homes and pray for forgiveness and the strength to bear the consequences of our actions. Your fee. One of the many debts my father left me.
You'd best put your own debts first, young Master Haskell.
Don't I know it?
After all this, don't forget to rest.
No, we will absolutely go do that. Now that we're sort of past the part where there was some difficulty, like hearing, we'll switch that back off for now. Yes. So I forgot to mention that I actually did think in my head, well, wait a second, with Etienne gone and his father being the only other demonologist around, what will become of Lammy? Because Lammy has already shown a particular lack of judgment and an over-adventurism in terms of, like, his willingness to do demonology stuff that he doesn't really understand. We did a whole thing about that. But then I couldn't even come to that when it came to, like, reasons that we should keep, like, spare Governor Haskell from the consequences of his own actions, because he wasn't teaching Lammy anyway. Like, he wasn't providing any guidance. All of this stuff happened while he was still there. So it didn't really occur to me that Lammy was going to step into the role as governor, because he doesn't seem to have any leadership qualities and nobody seems to respect or even like him very much. But I guess under those circumstances, like, sure, I don't know, no one else was stepping up to do it, so he will, at least for now. And hopefully if the people don't find him to be a suitable governor, then they will replace him in a way that isn't weird or violent. But I feel like they're more worried about the supernatural, and in this world, that's actually a warranted concern. Okay, fusion is our brand new power, and I have no idea what it does. If we were to look, so that's being able to see things, that's leaping, that's her burst ability, and this is her ensnare ability. So this will cause her to grow insect arms that she can use to slash at things. Yes. We'll figure out what it is. Well, actually, I should be less jokey and more ready, because it's going to be right here. Health points gained increased by 15%. Okay, I mean, that all seems good, but damage taken is increased by 25%. And we can switch it out anytime we want. We've learned that. Banishing triggers a damaging area of effect around the target. That sounds borderline useless to me, because how often is there, like, other guys around? I mean, it's nice, but I think I'll just take the devil's deal. Web weaving. Defeat an enemy affected by ensnare applies ensnare to other surrounding enemies. Again, that requires a level of tactics that I'm rarely thinking about. The cost of punch attacks during fusion is reduced by 50%. Okay, why not? Then over here, we've got defeating the enemy with charged heavy attack refills the banish gauge by 15%. I do sometimes do the hard charged heavy attack, so I like that one well enough. Rifle increases the damage of the next heavy attack by 30%. Hitting an enemy. I think I'd rather have this one to get more banish power. And then I'm all out of red points, so let's take a look at our blue points. Damage taken is reduced by 15%. No, I cannot. I don't want to increase my manifestations anymore. Banishing enemies increases the fusion gauge. Oh, does she get her, like, so this is the first time that we get a clue as to what it is. Maybe this is like her version of the banish gauge. Okay, maybe. Hitting an enemy with Antea reduces manifestation cooldowns by 1 second. Yes, that seems awesome. Defeat an enemy with manifestation reduces the next damage taken by 90%. No, I want this one. Hitting an enemy with Antea, apparently under any circumstances, shortens your cooldowns. We will absolutely take that one. Alright, and then we'll look through the other things that we can get later on.
So, what now?
Okay, apparently I failed to make this change. There we go. Apply. B. Continue.
What did Ceridian say when we first met her?
Once we'd weakened the nightmare's influence, we could use the void to enter its lair.
Deborah's grip on the settlers has diminished. We'll return to Ceridian's island. From there, the void breach will take us back to New Eden Town.
Just like that, eh?
Well, yes, just like that. Something bothering you.
But aren't we rushing things a little?
We've lost too much time already. We have a nightmare to confront, remember? Sometimes I hate the world. Another free woman, bright, sensitive kind, murdered by a craven rabble too weak to face its own mediocrity. Cowards hiding behind fake virtue. And for what? They won't even say her name. Why? Why her?
So when it says people hate what they cannot understand, what did she do anything aside from the fact that she was in a romantic relationship with Kate? Was there anything else going on? Like, I feel really bad sometimes if there's like elements of the story that I feel like I have overlooked. Aside from the fact that she was a target of random convenience, I have no idea what she was even accused of. Sorry, she was accused of witchcraft. She was accused of being a bad person, of poisoning the atmosphere and the ether around New Eden, but it seems to be just like, well, just flip a coin, toss a stick wherever it points at. That's the person that did it. I'm gonna say this instead, just because I don't know what they didn't understand about her.
You said it yourself. Deborah was a victim of their fear.
That's not enough. Her murder was another throw of a dice. Why is it always us who have to pay with our lives?
Other innocents have paid the same price. I should know.
That's not what I meant, but I'm glad to hear your feelings on it. When I left Cuba, anything could have befallen me. I was bright, free, talented, though I had the wrong tongue, the wrong sex, the wrong skin. I defied life. I expected so much more from the world. I was arrogant to believe I needed no one. To shut out my mother and experience curandera and listen instead to my sister.
Your childhood friend. What happened?
I had little and wanted more. A dangerous thing when you have our type of talent. Anything could have befallen me, but it didn't.
But something did happen. Something happened to Deborah. And then something happened to you, and now we're both paying that price.
You still have your life.
What's it worth if it's plagued by the murder of all those I killed?
We made a choice, Rory. You made it willingly.
Aye, I did. Look, all this, it's a lot to endure. We're both exhausted. I know I am.
I cannot tire.
I know. I know how hard it's been for you.
You have no idea. None at all.
I'll do my best to understand, if you'll let me. We should have faith. Look at us. We'll get to where we're going.
Shut up, Red. Shut up. This isn't about what we have conquered or what we have achieved or how far we have journeyed. Look at us. Look at me. I loathe what I've become. Can't you see that?
I was trying to help. I'm sorry.
Stop apologizing. Good night.
Antea. I would have gone with you. Not funny. I have to walk to the stupid bloody island.
I noticed that Red was sleeping with his rifle still strapped to his back. It's the smallest issue of our age, but that seems very uncomfortable. Also, as we're going up here, yeah, this is what I've talked about this in a few different episodes. The signs that Antea has been suffering in a way that Red and I am not entirely aware of. It seems really difficult for her to be where she is, how she is, and now they've sort of like addressed that head on. Also, Bones returned briefly out of lurk mode to say that
there you are.
Fully endorses this regardless of circumstance. Real life, yes. Video game, also
Ready
yes.
to go?
I just got here. Can we talk? Why did you leave me alone?
You are not alone. Can we go now?
I feel like there's a single answer, which... Oh yeah, we are right into it. Like, I had thought that upon that completion we would, like... She's like, now. So, let's hit it.
How come it's not working?
Let's ask Seeker. This all has to end, and I'd rather it was sooner than later.
I am doing my best, my love.
And just because it was this episode, like at one point, Red said like, oh, we've been sniping at each other ever since we, like, came down here. And unless I missed it, that, again, it feels like...
There's a spectral web here, but it's new. It's stronger, but I think I can do it.
I either overlooked the writing or the writing didn't make it in the way that they had thought, because I felt like they're like snapping at each other kind of came about suddenly. I just wanted to like it was a thing where it's like there's dialogue indicating that it was something that was happening all along when they got into the caves, and I just didn't feel that way.
Oh, easy there.
This'll only take a moment. See?
Well, throwing my weapons through your will is a little unsettling. The spell isn't working. I think she's gone.
Antea is now able to channel her spectral powers into Red's weapons to use them. This also allows her to destroy stronger spectral webs. Press A to destroy these tenacious webs and reveal shrouded paths. Okay, got it. And I was close. Her arms do not become blades. She just...
The incarnate is hidden away here. Stains bar the path.
Gets to use them.
Still no ghostly spectral spiders hiding away in there, no? Good.
This is just back into the original room, but why would we not want to have all of our movement
my thanks, Miss Duarte.
lanes available?
Much obliged, Sir McWraith. Strange how I barely knew Ceridian, yet feel like I've lost someone deeply important.
I feel like I hear something, but it's faint.
Where are you, you wee witch?
Advice to Women by Theano of Crotone. This book is addressed to all women, whether with experience in magic or without. Herein lies collected a wealth of ancestral knowledge that has been otherwise forgotten, perhaps even forbidden. Many rituals are inscribed herewith, including the great ritual of concealment for your protection or that of others. Seeker, may the wisdom herein comfort and protect you, even in the darkest of times. S, which is presumably Ceridian.
Manual on how to hide from men.
Wish I had one.
A letter from Deborah. Grace, dear child. Though I pray this letter finds you healthy and well, I confess that even should you give me your assurances on that count, I may well doubt them. I'm no fool, my girl. I know something is amiss with you, and I know your father is concerned. Far though it be for me to interfere in your familial relations, it is important for a young woman about to make her way in the world to have... for a young woman about to make her way in the world to have help beyond the confines of her family. Enclosed with this letter, you shall find a key and a map. You will find the place I've marked it clear. Do not forget you are not alone. I am on your side. You can also count on Catherine Newsmith. She is a trusted friend who would, if asked, help you organize your departure. In faith and service, your teacher, Mistress Deborah. Based on where we found this, I think Grace is Seeker. I think Deborah was a witch. I think that being a witch is no crime in this world. We know 3 now, apparently. And it's also interesting that Catherine Newsmith knew this and was on board. Because, again, I feel like that was incomplete knowledge, and this seems like confirmation.
Why is there a letter from Deborah Comenius here?
And who's Grace? No way back to New Eden Town, and no Seeker either. Our only clue points to Kate Newsmith. Maybe she knows this Grace, and where to find her.
I mean, there's only 2 people on the planet that would have any reason to be here, guys, and one of them is dead, so...
How can she find anything in this mess?
We're wasting time. Let's go.
Oh no, Red, if that's your definition of mess... Seeker's drawing. Seeker drawings of different plants in a detailed and scientific way.
She draws well.
Well, can we draw this to a close? We need to talk to Kate.
I will say this. I'm not even a little bit mad at her for being like, can we please go? Because I'm satiating my curiosity, and she's like, this sucks real hard. Like, think about where it is for her. Like, they've done their thing. They did their time. They found out the truth, and now they're powerful enough, she feels they're ready, spiritually, physically, metaphysically, to go back and settle up. She has been doing whatever's necessary to stay sane and present for another 15 minutes, for however long this has happened, and now it's right there, and she's like, can we please get on with it? Okay, this might take a second, though. Fusion. You filled Antea's fusion gauge with Antea, left trigger and right trigger to initiate fusion. While fusion is active, Antea and Red combine their capacities to deal optimal damage on all enemies.
Shall we dance, then?
Sure. So we can't teleport, I don't think.
Ask for help if you need it. If the spirit chases were working, we wouldn't have specters. I'd stay to figure it out, but we need to see Kate.
Yeah, as Caroluna said, what mess? There's like 3 books on the table. It's like, oh my god, how can you possibly find anything? Red, please do not look at my work area. This is a man of very specific standards. Then again, he carries on his back everything he owns in the world, so hold on. Do we have to go... Yeah, hold on just a second. I want to go look at the spectral web that we can cut down now. Like, it's pretty clear. From a video game perspective, you want to read everything and see everything and do all the collectibles. From a character perspective, Antea's like, what the hell? What are you doing? We can come back and pick up this garbage later. I would really like to not be dead.
The path is safe for now.
Always so reassuring.
Ready to walk through it if you are.
Oh, I think we have to be in other mode. Before we go through, let me just take a quick look to see if there's anything... No. Okay. I also liked when they went to the void portal and he went down as though we were going to go straight through and then it just didn't work. I always like it when, you know, if a game has sort of an expected cutscene and it plays into that and then does something that you don't expect. Like, remember, what was it, like Resident Evil 2? I want to say it was the original Resident Evil 2 on the PlayStation. It used this door opening animation in the first and second games to mask the load time moving between the different zones, the different rooms.
Get the hell out of there!
And then at this one particular point in Resident Evil 2, it went to do that, like, door opening animation, except this time, a whole bunch of zombies came through the door, and you remained where you were, but now there were zombies pouring out of that doorway. This is... Wow, I am in the worst place. Okay, I should probably take care of the ranged person that's doing the shielding. Ow! Hello?
Look to me.
Okay, please take that guy out. Okay. I'm doing a lot of these seemingly ineffective sword slashes to power up Banish.
Change tack.
Away with you.
You're wasting your time on this.
I really should have hit the other one. Yeah, the misty energy around the one is the shield, which means that I do even less damage. Ouch! Wow. So that was incredibly sloppy play. I, like, ensnared the wrong one that wasn't shielded. Well, everybody saw what happened. Let's give that one more shot, because that was really embarrassing. Let's try that. Batman Arkham Asylum also had, like, some really great... Like, you think you've seen this animation, and then they completely pull a 180 on you and do something totally unexpected. Okay, let's be way better at it than last time. No more getting locked in the corner between two guys. Better blocking.
There's more of
Trying to switch, yeah.
Get rid of the other Spectre. Standing by.
Okay, let's focus on this guy. Okay, that takes care of the guy that lays down the shields. And our goal is to charge up that orange bar down there at the bottom left so that we can do a banish
Hogging all the fun.
and do actual damage. Ow.
You're done.
And there's probably something to be said about, like, if you know what the bonus is, you know, go to a campfire, rework your skill set to this particular thing. Because right now, I'm not particularly spec'd towards, like, charging up Banish very quickly, but when Red does it, it does a ton of damage. Here, it's probably multiplied, like, beyond what would technically be necessary. It'd be better if it just charged up even faster, but I don't really want to rework my build, my skill points, if I feel like we can do it normally.
Hey, more fun.
Look to me.
Probably take out the...
Stay
Ow!
down.
Maybe that was a mistake. The other thing about being in here in the Underdark is that they do heal over time, so there's a big incentive to focus on one until you take him completely out. Because otherwise all that effort is wasted.
Your funeral.
Oh, crap! I'm trying to switch. Thank you, Antea. Ow. This guy borderline feel like we can kill without a banish. Nope. Okay, that really hurt. Screw it, screw it.
Stay down.
The fact that she absolutely staggers this guy feels great. No!
Look to me.
I thought it was charged. I needed one more hit. On the off chance that anybody was wondering, I still have the perk that Red's rifle is automatically reloaded when Antea hits something, which is why you'll often see a rifle shot then followed by Antea hitting something, because it spares that animation and puts another one in the chamber for Red to use when needed. These look like they both go to the same place. I do have a bad habit of getting turned around here in the void. It's not library level of Halo. By the way, Markwak was here and we were like in the middle of so much and I didn't really get a chance to interact with him. I hope he's having a good weekend. Markwak, if you're still here, I hope you're having a fantastic weekend. It's always fun when I'm trying to like remember the name of like an actor and then like a wild Markwak appears. Knows exactly who I'm talking about. Who is doing that? Oh, hi.
Think you could take on a ghost?
Oh, that was not... I thought it was one of those blue orbs that comes along and does damage.
It's on you.
Hold on. Nope. So...
I have another in sight.
Is there...
Away with you!
Oh boy, the sorrow in this zone is gonna be a trip. Markwak is still here. The weekend has been good, using his last vacation day for this fiscal year on Monday, so it's a long weekend for Markwak. That's awesome. So it's Monday off then you get? Or was it this past Friday? Either one, I'm really glad that you're getting some time off and hopefully a good chance to relax. Will you... I always feel like this is... I always want to be very careful that I don't spark like a bad news memory or something like that. But will you get any updates on Jedi? Do they tell you when Jedi gets adopted or anything? Because I feel like on occasion they've like, you know, you've gotten confirmation that they've found their forever home, which I feel like that's the news that makes it all worth it. I'd hope. Like the process has reached a very happy conclusion at that point.
This isn't over yet. Did we miss a few?
Nope, let's stick on the blue one for now.
To me.
Actually, by the way, I really like these guys, the teleporty guys, because they're very unpredictable. They hit just like Edward Scissorhands. I mean, they're super... They do a ton of damage. And I just think they're cool, the way they move and animate.
There's a tough one.
Yeah, see, we gotta stay on this one, or else he'll heal. Like that, right there, where it just, like, bamfed out of the way of the rifle shot. By the way, oh, Markwak. Shoot, I was gonna ask you something very specific, and, like, hold on. Whoa, okay, hold on.
Help.
No! X.
Ask for help if you need it.
Oh, actually, Markwak, so here's a different question. It's not the one that I was thinking of. You guys have been playing Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad is more than 50% off on Green Man Gaming. You've spent a little bit of time with it. Would you say that that game is worth like a little bit more than $30? Because just based on the production values, it looks like it'd be worth a worth a shot. But I also wanted to check with you because, and by proxy, Tom and McMaster, because if you guys have spent a couple sessions with it, well, it makes a good first impression, but then less so. Alternatively, if you're like, yeah, actually, I've been enjoying it, and I'd like to play some more, I would say that seems like a good opportunity. Mark White saying that it is Monday off. Jedi was up for adoption, but she was stressed back at the shelter, so they've taken her out of adoption for the time being. I asked if they needed her to come back to me for a couple of weeks, but I haven't gotten a reply. It's awesome that you've made that offer, and I hope that they will at least consider it. Okay, we are in the Sorrow Zone, so this might require some focus. Oh, okay, like that.
I can help.
It's just getting stronger.
Let's see if this works too. Wait, that's not it. Okay, this is... Okay, but don't be locked on.
Just die.
I will say that I would like to believe that people going to the shelter and interacting with an animal that's known to be a rescue would also have a high amount of understanding for, like, hey, they might be a little bit stressed out. Like, be kind and patient, and they will come around. I also, like... This is, again, me just thinking random thoughts as I'm trying not to get mega killed here.
That was the last one.
Do they ever... Mark Quack, hold on, I don't want to die.
Hogging all the fun.
Do they ever allow you to interact with prospective adopters so that you can attest, like, hey, it's not just like me saying it, person who works at the... Okay, it's fine. In other words, here's Jedi, she's up for adoption, and here's the person who's now spent a couple weeks with her and can attest based on personal experience. Like, here's what she likes, here's what makes her nervous. It took, 3-4 days for her to start accepting pets, but she is very, very kind and loving. Like, on the one hand, I would sort of think that they wouldn't... I don't know. I feel like it would be helpful if you could talk with people who were considering, but also it might come off as like too much of a sales pitch. I just don't know. They don't do that. I do wish they would, because I'd love to give a bit of my time to talk to a prospective adopter. And I personally think that it would help the prospective adopters. Mark Mark is saying it's on PC, but very much a controller-based game. The voice acting is very good. Story is passable. This also is, yeah, somebody had asked earlier, this also is on PC and is very much a controller game, at least for me. Now, before we go, the rings are glowing. Oh, is it just that's just the tunnel we used to get here. Okay. I guess it would be cool if they opened it up as an option for, like, a prospective adopter saying, like, boy, I'd just like to make sure that I got Jedi off to the best possible start. Is there somebody who spent time with her that I could, like, interact with? I don't know if people ever ask that question, but it seems... Animals, cats, dogs, I assume many others, but I mostly know cats and dogs, are as unique individuals as the people that you meet in your life. So knowing somebody who knows them well could be really helpful in just making sure that your relationship gets off to the best possible start. Oh, we are in Fort Jericho land. This is not the direction I think we were supposed to go. We're gonna get a cool chest, but this might be further away than Antea intended to travel. But we did get a rank 5 hoop, or whatever this is, wristband. I like punch damage. Punch damage is increased by 100% against enemies affected by ensnare. So, this is not a bad one. What do I have? Punch damage is increased by... Oh, yeah. I really like my punch damage. This is a little bit less persistent and spirit, but better wrath. I might give this one a shot. I might see if we can upgrade this, and then the wrath and persistence. Persistence, I'm like, that's a whatever to me. Like, it's up so high. But having more wrath for more punches, and then further doubling it against enemies that are infected by ensnare. The only thing is that not a lot of enemies are affected by ensnare. When I do snare them, I like it to do as much damage as we can. Also, I have like an upgrade available for red swords, so I'd like to do that sometime soon. Yeah, so we are the opposite of heading towards Kate Newsmith. We're in the middle of nowhere. Where's our closest anything? Oh boy. Well, we'll set a course and then see if we can go that way. I would say, says Mark, that the game is very enjoyable to play multiplayer. You can most certainly play it solo. Tom finished it solo, so you can do it. So that leads me to my other question, which is, it's not really a Marquardt question, but, like, it goes to things that... I'll just ask the question. I don't know why I'm prefacing it this way.
Cannot manifest.
We've never been here, or else I would have smashed the Ghost Ward. I know that Tom has been very dismissive of, like, the idea of Dungeons and Dragons. I think that he specifically said that every game is just, have you heard about the goblins of the Dell, or something like that. It's just, it's really not his jam. I'm just curious. My question for you is, wow!
Shift your balance.
Okay, hold on.
Not with that ward nearby.
Shit. Do we have any idea where the ward is? Because this is about to get really bad for me.
Pretty shite toughened up.
And I can't jump up here. The question was going to be, Mark Quack, has he ever considered doing like a one-shot of a different system? Something like Blades in the Dark.
Watch your step.
It's just, it's really difficult for me to think of somebody who has Tom's
Show them why they should fear Banishers.
background. Hold on. Okay, that's gonna make this a little more manageable. Tom's level of eloquence, Tom's imagination, Tom's understanding of characters, and frankly, I think what would probably be a really natural ability to improv, like he's done for so many years in the podcast. It just seems like he has all the skill set for it. And I've frequently thought that him, you, McMaster, and hold on. Boy, this guy's just breaking me.
Away with you.
I can't.
Yeah, no, I can't Antea.
Oh, damn it.
Like, I almost said Chris Markinson there, but like, I just feel like, I mean, you know who'd be really good at it? You know who'd be really good at a one-shot with you guys? Kelly Wand, like the four of you. I don't know who would DM that, at least not without going to therapy afterwards, but it would be so much fun. Oh, man. Sorry, there's the Ghost Ward.
I'm at your side again.
Marquardt says, Tom's level of patience with so many games that he can play has pretty much made it zero chance that he'll play a tabletop RPG. Yeah, and here's the thing, not everything is for every person. The surest way to make it not fun would be to harangue Tom until he played begrudgingly against his will, and then he would just not have a good time, and neither would anybody who had wanted to see it happen. So yeah, for sure, if it's not his thing, it's not his thing. It is fun to imagine, though. It's very fun to imagine. Caraluna's got to go. Yeah, Caraluna, just to, in case it was of value, I am looking for an opportunity to save. We've done a lot of main story content, but I wanted to sort of like reach a point where we would be poised to go back and do some more haunting investigations, because I'm not, just to like tip my hand, I really want to do all the haunting investigations before we go back to New Eden. That may not be possible. It might be that Antea like will not wait, and that the decisions that we've made have been permanent ones about what quests we will and won't have access to. That would frankly be very cool. But we will... Okay, so I've got bad news. There's a different spirit tunnel over there. Do I know where that goes? Anyway, the whole thing I was saying, Caraluna, is that I hope you have a great evening. Thank you very much for hanging out, and I would not expect that you will be missing out on too much more story between here and the next episode.
Ready and waiting.
Hey, level 23. If I was to guess, level 25 might be the max. No, I'd have to check the evolution menu again. But I want to say that level 25 or 30 might be the max, just based on the number of, like, red points that can be spent. After that, maybe your attributes would continue to go up, but I also sort of feel like there'd have to be a logical maximum to that as well. Yeah, we were sort of, like, in here, and... It's just, he's so good with board games. Like, I remember Tom in one of the podcasts, it might have been the games podcast, would frequently talk about these, like, elaborate card games that he wanted to play with people, but, like, nobody in his... So he would, like, go to the local gaming shop. It is matched by my surprise and disappointment that he didn't find something worth pursuing in Marvel Midnight Suns, because the tactical depth in that game, it was one of those games that just very much made me think of Tom. But yeah, that letter, that was a really interesting letter. So I don't know if Grace is Seeker. I know that when we asked Seeker, like, tell us something about yourself, and she was like, no, which was a really great response. It was borderline exactly what I might have expected her to say. So, but like, let's assume that her given name at birth was not Seeker. It seems very likely, based on the placement of that letter, that she's Grace, and that Deborah and possibly Kate Newsmith helped her leave New Eden because it wasn't exactly witch friendly. For all we know, that, and please don't tell me again, I just, every once in a while I'm sort of theorizing aloud, that could have been the incident that brought her to the attention of others, that one day Grace was gone and the townsfolk suspected or even knew that Deborah had something to do with it. And that's what led to everything, like, falling apart for her. That her kindness to this young woman was repaid by suspicion, threats, and then execution. By the way, without saying much, Mark, you want to know what movie I've thought about very commonly while playing this? Have you seen? I think it's just called The Body. Am I remembering that correctly? Or is it called The Autopsy? Crap. It might just be called The Autopsy. Whatever the name of the movie is, it's something that has been on my mind as we've been playing this and others. Let's just check our upgrades real quick, because I have an upgrade for his current sword set that's ready to go. I really like this sword set. I'm not going to worry about what other scourge accretions we need. We're just going to upgrade it. All right, so we can't do this because we need one more nest silt. We can't do this because we need one more scourge accretion. So we'll keep our eye out for this. If we don't get it, we don't get it. Now, regarding the one other thing for the punch damage, hold on. This one was the one I was thinking about. Oh, see, I don't want to spend my 2 nest silt on it. I might like this, but I know I want to spend that nest silt on, like, this brooch or this decoction. So, yeah, we're going to save that. Hello to Jägermeister. Jaeger, I did catch your... Well, I don't know if you did one today. So maybe your second to most recent outdoor pickleball stream. It was a lot of fun. I hope that you also had a good time playing. Switch to Antea right after a back dodge to trigger a bunch attack. I love every single one of these. Death Knell is going to be it. I have to assume that banish point gains overall are reduced by 20% all the time. But no, I would want Death Knell. This again improves the damage of all of our perfect switch attacks, and now we can do the back dodge as well as the front dodge. All right, let's... Oh, and there's a haunting case there as well. Yeah, so I'm going to actually save it here, because between now and the next episode, I really want to do the haunting investigations, but narratively, it seems really inappropriate to do it until we've at least talked to Kate Newsmith. What I want, just for, like, my own burden of conscience, is for Antea to say, okay, you know what? You're right. We should do what we can for these people. Let's take the time that we need, and then we'll go forward. Yeah, we'll just overwrite that. Okay, but that's going to be where we call it for now. You guys, this was a big episode. We did encounter what I do think is a little bit of a bug there when we did that fight, but compared to the other fight that we did in the basement of the mines, remember that one? That was a much longer and more challenging fight, and this one, I feel like when we had to do it a second time, was no big thing. I say this all the time, I'd prefer to have a game with no bugs, but if that's the bug that we encounter in our playthrough, it's fine, you know, get that patched, and we're still at a sterling game. So, you guys, this was very, very fun. We'll see you again real soon for some more Banishers. Hopefully something or other tomorrow, and we'll call it there. Until next time, you guys, thank you so much, and I hope you have a great night.